Chapter 491. After Li Changsheng returned to the villa, he received a call from Ma Yi. He was very sorry about what happened at today's party. Li Changsheng smiled and said that it was fine. It was not his fault. He just couldn't stand that foreigner belittling Chinese martial arts. The next day, when Li Changsheng came to the bar again, he saw that the sports car was still parked there. He knew that Luo Dan must be inside. As soon as he walked to the door, he was stopped by the waiter at the door. After Li Changsheng's trouble yesterday, everyone in the bar basically knew him. "I'm going to see your boss." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the two waiters at the door showed some helplessness in their eyes. They also saw Li Changsheng's skills yesterday. They all knew that this guy was not only the bar owner's pursuer, but his strength was also very unusual. He gave a look to a colleague next to him, and the waiter hurried inside. Soon, a group of aggressive strong men came out. The leader was the man named Da Zhuang, who had blocked Li Changsheng's path the day before. "Kid, you hurt my brother yesterday, and you dare to come today. I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he clenched his fist and walked to Li Changsheng with a sneer. His eyes were full of fierceness. If the manager hadn't stopped him in time yesterday, he would have already fought with Li Changsheng. He originally thought that Li Changsheng would not come here again after leaving, which made him feel quite regretful. Especially when he saw that his brother was slightly injured by Li Changsheng yesterday, he wanted to teach Li Changsheng a lesson. So when the waiter went in and said that the troublemaker from yesterday was here again, he was the first to rush out. "I want to see your boss. I don't have time to waste time with you." Li Changsheng reached out and pushed the strong man aside and walked inside. The strong man was pushed back 2 steps by Li Changsheng. Under the eyes of everyone, he felt very embarrassed. He immediately became angry and raised his fist to hit Li Changsheng. "Brat, if you want to see our boss, you'll have to get through me first." This burly man was a martial artist. His moves were not bad, and his punch was quite imposing. Seeing that his fist was about to hit the back of Li Changsheng's head, a smile appeared on his face. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng's figure suddenly disappeared from sight, and the brawny man's punch hit nothing but air. Just as he was pondering over the matter, he felt an intense pain coming from his back, and a powerful force assaulted him. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, a big foot stepped on his head. "I told you, you're not qualified. Are you convinced now?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the brawny man struggled to get up from the ground. "Looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Li Changsheng shook his head, raised his foot, and suddenly kicked out. He kicked the brawny man's lower abdomen. The man's body was stuck in the ground and flew 7 to 8 meters away, hitting the stairs behind him. At this time, Li Changsheng clapped his hands and was about to walk inside when he saw another group of people walking out. The leader was the bar owner, Luo Dan. Luo Dan was wearing a blue cheongsam today, which outlined her exquisite figure. She had obviously dressed up carefully, which made her look even more radiant. After she came out, she looked coldly at Li Changsheng and said, "Why are you here again? Who are you? Why do you come to my bar time and time again to make trouble?" Hearing her words, Li Changsheng smiled. "I'm Li Changsheng. As for making trouble in your bar, you've misunderstood. I'm here to look for you. Or rather, I'm here to pursue you." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Luo Dan couldn't help but frown. Originally, with her power, she didn't need to take a young man in his 20s seriously. However, Li Changsheng's strength was not ordinary, so she didn't dare to make a move on Li Changsheng easily. Moreover, Li Changsheng didn't really threaten her. "This young man's background is mysterious. He said that he's pursuing me. How can there be such a way to pursue me?" Luo Dan thought silently in her heart. "Why don't I try him?" Thinking of this, Luo Dan's face suddenly showed a smile. "Since you want to pursue me, I wonder if you're willing to be my escort for once." Li Changsheng looked Luo Dan up and down a few times. Seeing that she was dressed very formally today, it seemed that she was going to an important occasion. "My pleasure." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Luo Dan smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Please get in the car." The extended version of Rolls-Royce drove over, and there was already a waiter in front who took the initiative to open the door. I don't know who this person is. Are you really going to take him? The manager behind him said with some worry. Don't worry. Luo Dan gave him a reassuring look and then took the initiative to sit in the back of the Rolls-Royce. A waiter opened the door of the front passenger seat and motioned Li Changsheng to sit in the front passenger seat. The back seat had always been the boss's seat. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng didn't pay attention to the waiter at all. Instead, he opened the door of the back seat and sat directly next to Luo Dan. The waiter was suddenly a little dumbfounded. This was too shameless. The back seat was his boss's seat. How could a strange man sit in it? Even the chauffeur in front turned around to look at Li Changsheng in surprise. Luo Dan's expression didn't change from beginning to end. She ordered the driver in front, drive. The driver naturally didn't dare to ask more and drove forward. From the rearview mirror, it could be seen that there were several cars following behind. This lineup clearly indicated that the event Luo Dan was going to participate in was not ordinary. You didn't even ask me what I was going to take you to and you dared to sit in it. Aren't you afraid that I'll find a deserted place in the wilderness to dig a hole and bury you? Sitting in the car, Luo Dan held a magazine in her hand and flipped through it in boredom. When she finished flipping through the entire magazine, she finally couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng again. The first time she saw Li Changsheng, the first impression he gave her was that he was ordinary. He was the kind of person that couldn't be found in a crowd. However, Li Changsheng's strength to send her subordinate flying in one move made her dare not underestimate him. Especially at this time of panic, she didn't dare to take it lightly. This time, sitting in the car with Li Changsheng and having close contact with him, she felt more of an indifferent attitude from Li Changsheng, as if he didn't take everything to heart. This made her a little interested and she took the initiative to start a conversation with Li Changsheng. I really don't care about your subordinates. Even if they all work together, they are not my opponent. Hearing Li Changsheng's extremely arrogant words, Luo Dan couldn't help but curl her lips and said, "You underestimate my subordinates too much." Chapter 492. Li Changsheng also curled his lips. In the perception of his divine sense, there were indeed several people with powerful qi and blood in those cars at the moment, which meant that the other party had refined their physique to a very powerful level. However, the so-called powerful was only compared to ordinary martial artists. In Li Changsheng's eyes, they were not even a slightly stronger ant. Hair. Li Changsheng could not help but show a bit of surprise in his eyes. Luo Dan, who was sitting next to him, had qi fluctuations on her body. Although the qi fluctuations were very weak in Li Changsheng's eyes, it was enough to explain one thing. Luo Dan was a cultivator. No wonder Luo Dan looked very confident even though he had shown extraordinary strength several times. It turned out that this was where her confidence came from. What are you looking at? Originally, Li Changsheng shamelessly sat next to her, which made Luo Dan a little unhappy. Now that she saw Li Changsheng looking straight at her, and that gaze didn't avoid her at all, it made her angry. How do you know I'm looking at you if you don't look at me? Li Changsheng said with a glib tongue. Ha! Do you believe that I won't throw you out of the car? Luo Dan said angrily. I don't believe it. Li Changsheng shrugged his shoulders. You. Luo Dan clenched her jade-like hands and an aura rose from her body. However, seeing Li Changsheng's fearless look, she finally retracted her aura. Don't test my patience, or you'll regret it. Luo Dan turned her head back and picked up the magazine again. She read very fast. She had already read this part of the magazine once, but because she was really bored, she began to read it a second time. Li Changsheng crossed his legs and looked out the window at the buildings that were constantly moving backward. Luo Dan was too similar to the old her. She was so similar that her every move carried her own shadow. There would not be two identical flowers in the world. The saying of reincarnation had existed since ancient times, but whether there was really an afterlife or not, even Li Changsheng could not say. Luo Dan, is it really her? Luo Dan was really bored. Just as she was about to close the magazine, she turned her head and saw a pair of eyes staring at her. However, there was no greed in his gaze. Instead, it was mixed with a lot of sadness and tenderness. Those eyes actually caused Luo Dan's heartstrings to involuntarily tremble. The words of reprimand that were originally at the tip of her tongue could no longer leave her mouth. Soon, the car arrived at its destination. It was a skyscraper that soared into the sky. It was also a very famous building in Qingju, the Cloud Sky Building. Immediately, someone came up and opened the car door. The entire parking lot was filled with luxury cars. Li Changsheng followed beside Luo Dan. The melancholy in his eyes had long since disappeared, and he regained his indifferent look. The two of them walked into the building under the escort of their subordinates and went all the way to the top floor. Today, there will be an auction here. A treasure passed down from the Ming dynasty will be auctioned. People from all walks of life will come. The temptation of that treasure is very great. Many big shots of the underworld will appear. I am determined to get that treasure, so it is inevitable that there will be conflicts. Do you see the group of subordinates behind me? Each of them is a master who can fight against 10 people. Even with them, they still can't guarantee my safety. So, if you don't want to lose your life here, you can leave now. Later, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Luo Dan said to Li Changsheng as they walked forward. It's okay. If I die under a peony, I'll be a romantic ghost. Li Changsheng smiled. Suddenly, Luo Dan glared fiercely at Li Changsheng. However, there was obviously not much lethality in this glare. It was more like the flirting between a young couple. Luo Dan seemed to be aware of this, and her face was slightly red. When everyone came to the hall, a lineup like Luo Dan's did not attract much attention. This was because it could be seen that no matter which table the people were sitting at, there were several imposing bodyguards behind them. The auction had not yet begun, but it gave people a kind of hostile atmosphere. It seemed that a conflict would break out at any time. Thinking of Luo Dan's words just now, Li Changsheng knew that what Luo Dan said was not an alarmist. I have an appointment with a friend first. Let's go meet him. After Luo Dan came in, they went straight inside. There were several private rooms inside, and there were people guarding the door. Obviously, it was provided for the people in the hall to talk about private matters. Didn't you say that you want to pursue me? The person you're going to meet now is also your rival in love. When you see him later, you'll know how difficult it is to pursue me. It's 100 times more difficult than climbing Mount Everest because your opponents are too strong. Luo Dan had already walked to the door of the private room while talking. In fact, she had been observing the expression on Li Changsheng's face with the corner of her eye, but she was disappointed to find that Li Changsheng had no expression at all. Boss Luo, please come in. The two people guarding the door obviously knew Luo Dan and did not stop her at all. Luo Dan knocked on the door. After hearing the sound of please come in, she pushed the door and walked in. Li Changsheng was by Luo Dan's side, so he was not stopped. As for Luo Dan's other bodyguards, they could only stand outside. The private room was not big. There was a big sofa, a coffee table, and an LCD TV hanging on the wall, but the decoration was quite luxurious. On the sofa, a young man took the initiative to stand up after seeing Luo Dan come in. Boss Luo, I have been waiting for you for half an hour. As he said, his eyes swept over Li Changsheng next to him without leaving a trace. He wondered, this is my bodyguard. It seemed that Luo Dan was afraid that Li Changsheng would say something that should not be said, so she spoke first. I am not her bodyguard, I am her friend. After Luo Dan spoke, Li Changsheng immediately retorted. For Li Changsheng's words, Luo Dan, who was quite dissatisfied, glared at Li Changsheng fiercely. Li Changsheng did not care and sat down directly. It seemed that he could not see through the relationship between Li Changsheng and Luo Dan for a while. The man took the initiative to reach out to Li Changsheng and introduced himself, Wei Jingyu, General Manager of Big Bay Entertainment. Li Changsheng also reached out and shook his hand gently, and said, Li Changsheng, student of Qingju University. When the other party heard it, the doubts in his eyes deepened. A college student was so close to Luo Dan, so he could not guess Li Changsheng's identity for a while. It turns out to be brother Li. Wei Jingyu smiled and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Li Changsheng and put it in front of Li Changsheng. Then he put his hands on his knees and looked at Luo Dan. Boss Luo, I know that you are determined to get that treasure, But you also know that you are not the only one who is determined to get that thing. Today, there are all big shots from all walks of life. It is not so easy for you to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. We are doing business. If you want me to help you, you have to pay at least this price. The other party stretched out 5 fingers. 5 million? Luo Dan could not help but frown. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head. No, it is 50 million. Chapter 493. Isn't 50 million a little too much? Luo Dan took a deep breath. Obviously, she couldn't accept this number. Miss Luo Dan, you must have seen it when you came in. None of the people here today are simple. If I help you get the treasure, how many enemies will I have to make? 50 million is already a cheap price. Of course, if Miss Luo Dan is willing to accept the villa in the west of the city, I can give you the treasure for free. How about it? After speaking, he looked at Luo Dan with a smile. The villa in the west of the city was his proposal gift to Luo Dan, but Luo Dan rejected it. If Luo Dan accepted his villa in the west of the city, it would be equivalent to accepting his confession. If I give you 50 million, can you really help me get the treasure? Luo Dan asked. Hearing Luo Dan's words, Wei Jingyu shook his head. No, I can only say that I'll help you, but as for whether you can achieve your goal, I can't guarantee it. Luo Dan was a little hesitant. She knew that he was telling the truth, but using 50 million to buy something that couldn't be guaranteed was obviously a little risky for Luo Dan. I'll think about it. All right. The other party smiled, then turned and walked out of the room. I'll be in the hall. If Miss Luo Dan has thought it through, send someone to inform me. But Miss Luo Dan, you still have to make a decision as soon as possible. Once the auction starts, it might be won by someone. Also, the leader of the Qing gang, Xia Feiyang, will be here today. I heard that he has some grudges with you. After speaking, the other party shook his head and walked out of the room. Luo Dan's face instantly turned ugly. The leader of the Qing gang was definitely an existence that gave her a headache. Moreover, they had some conflicts recently. If Xia Feiyang was here, then Luo Dan's chances of getting the treasure would be even smaller. However, Luo Dan had to get the treasure. You have some grudges with the Qing gang? Li Changsheng heard the conversation between the two. After Wei Jingyu left, he couldn't help but ask. A disciple of the Qing gang caused trouble in my bar, and in the end, one of his fingers was cut off by one of my men. Xia Feiyang found out about this, and he said that he would make me pay the price. The Qing gang is a super big gang with a few hundred years of history. They have many experts, and I can't afford to offend them. Luo Dan rubbed her temples and furrowed her brows. It was obvious that the news of Xia Feiyang's arrival had disrupted her plans. Hula. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open and a middle-aged man barged in. This man's aura was very unusual. He was like a sharp sword that revealed its sharpness. Just by standing there, he gave people a very strong sense of oppression. His body wasn't considered sturdy, but his eyes were unusually sharp. After he appeared, Luo Dan's bodyguards also rushed in, but they kept a distance from him. Their eyes were filled with fear, and it was obvious that they all knew him. Luo Dan, our boss wants to see you. Please come with me. The other party's voice was cold and emotionless. His voice was very deep, and he didn't even look at Luo Dan's bodyguards. It was a kind of arrogance that came from the bottom of his heart. It was obvious that he didn't think that Luo Dan's well-trained bodyguards could pose any threat to him. Can your boss see me just because he wants to? But I don't want to see him. Luo Dan said coldly. Li Changsheng could clearly feel the fluctuation of true qi in her body. It was obvious that she was secretly accumulating strength. Her bodyguards were no longer able to protect her, and she was ready to do it herself. It seems that Miss Luo Dan doesn't want to give our boss face. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with hostility. If I don't go, are you going to use force? Go back and tell your boss that although he is the leader of the Qing gang, I'm not afraid of him. It was your Qing gang's disciple who was in the wrong first. I'm already giving the Qing gang face by not digging a hole and burying him. If you want to give the Qing gang face, you shouldn't have attacked our Qing gang's disciple. Our Qing Gang's disciples are in the wrong. Naturally, the Qing Gang's rules will restrain them. It's not up to an outsider like you to interfere. Now, I'll count to 3. If you don't come with me obediently, then I'll offend you. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he began to count, 1, 2. When he reached the second number, a figure stood up and stood between Luodan and the middle-aged man. This time, everyone in the room was surprised. They didn't expect Li Changsheng to dare to stand up at this time. If you want to take Luodan away, you'll have to go through me first. Li Changsheng looked at the man in front of him quietly. Luodan's true qi, which had been channeled to her palm, slowly dissipated back. Get lost. The middle-aged man was furious. He raised his hand and punched Li Changsheng's chest. This punch was so fast that it made a whistling sound. Li Changsheng didn't move, nor did he block it. He just let the fist hit his chest. Many people around had already exclaimed. Even Luodan couldn't help but turn her head to the side. This middle-aged man was one of the 4 great warriors of the Qing Gang. He was the personal bodyguard of the Qing Gang's leader, Xia Feiyang. However, what happened next caused many people to reveal looks of disbelief. The middle-aged man's fist hit Li Changsheng's chest, but Li Changsheng didn't move at all. On the contrary, the middle-aged man was forced to take a step back by the force of the impact. It turns out that you're a thwart kung fu expert. I misjudged you. The middle-aged man's eyes showed some seriousness. He knew the strength of his punch, but when he hit Li Changsheng's body, he didn't react at all. Therefore, the middle-aged man judged that Li Changsheng should have practiced a thwart kung fu like the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt. Li Changsheng didn't refute the middle-aged man's words. He was the supreme thwart kung fu in the cultivation world. He had the indestructible body of gods and demons. The middle-aged man actually compared him with those mediocre kung fu in the secular world. However, although the middle-aged man's strength was good, he was only an expert in the secular world. How could he understand the power of the Tao through strength? Take this. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and rubbed his painful fist. Then, he attacked Li Changsheng again. This time, he didn't underestimate him at all. His punch was like a tiger coming out of the mountains. It carried a fierce aura. In the face of this aggressive punch, Li Changsheng just leaned to the side to avoid the attack. Then, he grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist and slammed his knee into the middle-aged man's stomach. Bang! Li Changsheng let go of the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man immediately took 3 steps back. He held his stomach with one hand and showed a painful expression. At the same time, his eyes were full of fear. The first time he was pushed back by Li Changsheng, he thought that it was because he underestimated his opponent. But this time, he thoroughly experienced Li Changsheng's strength. I'm not as good as you. Goodbye. The middle-aged man was also very upright. Seeing that he was not Li Changsheng's opponent, he immediately cupped his hands and admitted defeat. The middle-aged man turned and left the room. Li Changsheng didn't stop him. Instead, he sat down next to Luodan with a smile and said, "How was it? Did I do a good job as a flower protector?" Luodan didn't say anything. She just looked at Li Changsheng with a curious expression. Luodan knew the strength of the bodyguard of Xia Feiyang, the leader of the Green Gang. Yet, he was easily defeated by Li Changsheng. She couldn't see through this young man in front of her. Where did he come from? What is his purpose for approaching me? Does he really want to pursue me? How could it be so simple? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Luodan's mind. Chapter 494. That middle-aged man is the personal bodyguard of the Qing Gang's leader, Xia Feiyang. If you dare to attack him, aren't you afraid that Xia Feiyang will bring 180 men to kill you and cut you into pieces? Luodan said half-jokingly. She seemed to want to test Li Changsheng's strength. It's just Xia Feiyang. If he sees me, he'll have to bow his head. Li Changsheng said casually. TSK. You really know how to brag. After saying that, Luodan stood up. The auction should be starting soon. We should go out. When they walked out of the room, they saw that the hall was already filled with people. Luodan randomly found a table and sat down. At this time, a well-dressed hostess walked up with a wooden box, followed by a middle-aged man who was in charge of hosting. The hall suddenly quieted down. The treasure being auctioned today is a rare treasure. I'm sure everyone already knows its characteristics. As she said that, a detailed introduction of the treasure appeared on the big LED screen behind her. It was a white pearl. According to the introduction in the video, this pearl could release cold air. Even on a hot summer day, if this pearl was placed in a room, it would become incomparably cool. This pearl is called the Frost Dragon Pearl. The dragon is one of the 9 sons of the dragon. As the video played, whispers immediately broke out in the hall. A dragon pearl, that's a divine item. This kind of treasure is priceless and can only be found by chance. They actually put it up for auction. Although many people already knew the origin of this pearl, more people came because of its reputation and did not know what it was that could release cold air. When they heard that it was a dragon pearl, they were all shocked. In China, the dragon was a totem and a divine item. One could imagine the commotion caused by a dragon pearl. You're going to auction this thing? Li Changsheng was far away, but he had already detected a lot of information about that pearl with his divine sense. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a treasure, but calling it a dragon pearl is a bit exaggerated. At most, it's like the inner core of a beast with the bloodline of a true dragon. A real dragon pearl is not that easy to obtain. He carefully sensed the true qi in Luo Dan's body. It should belong to the ice attribute. The cold air emitted by this bead is indeed very beneficial to her cultivation. No wonder she is so determined to get this thing. At this time, the auction had already begun. The starting price is 100 million. Following the host's words, the crowd went into an uproar. 100 million? That's not a small number. It's still unknown whether this is a Dragon Ball or not. What if it turns out to be a fake? That's right, Jiang Taigong is fishing. Those who are willing to take the bait. I heard that even the most authoritative treasure expert can't tell what it is. The so-called Dragon Ball is most likely made up by the auctioneer. So are we going to shoot or not? Just as many people were hesitating, someone had already raised their placard, 130 million. The person who raised the sign was actually Wei Jingyu, who was in the same room as Li Changsheng and the others. This Wei Jingyu is completely useless in bidding for this thing. Now that he's raising his paddle, it's clear that he's trying to drive up the price of the Dragon Balls. The manager beside Luo Dan said indignantly. He wants us to beg him. Luo Dan said coldly. She didn't have a good impression of Wei Jingyu. This person was very scheming and always schemed against others. Sure enough, after Wei Jingyu raised his paddle, he looked at Luo Dan and waved at Luo Dan. Luo Dan clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She said to the manager, as long as it's within 500 million, raise your paddle for me. I'll go over and have a look. I can't let him ruin things. With that, she stood up and walked over to Wei Jingyu. This time, Li Changsheng didn't follow her. The whole place was under his control. Naturally, he didn't worry about Luo Dan being in any danger. As for this auction item, since Luo Dan needs it, he will naturally sell it at the appropriate time. In his previous life, he owed her too much. In this life, whether Luo Dan was her reincarnation or not, he will compensate her as much as possible. As long as she likes it, it doesn't matter if he gives her the whole world. Not long after Luo Dan went over, the bidding price had already reached 400 million, which was very close to the range that Luo Dan could afford. As soon as she walked over, Luo Dan stared at Wei Jingyu angrily. Wei Jingyu, what do you mean? Didn't you say 50 million? I'll give it to you. Why are you still raising your paddle? Wei Jingyu laughed and said, I changed my mind. Can't I? Luo Dan, you know that 50 million is nothing to me. What I want is your body. It's impossible between us. You should give up. Luo Dan said coldly. Hey, Luo Dan, although I don't know why you have to bid for this thing, all signs indicate that you must get this thing. It's very important to you. Then I'll give you a choice now. If you agree, I can let you successfully bid for this bead. If you don't agree, then I guarantee that you won't get it. Hearing Wei Jingyu's words, Luo Dan was angry. She sent a text message to the manager over there who raised his paddle for her. Soon, the manager raised his paddle. 200 million. Although this bead was advertised very well, most of the people present still didn't believe it. So when it reached 100 million, there were only a few people who wanted to bid. Now that Luo Dan raised her paddle, no one raised their paddle again. Luo Dan, according to my investigation of you, the total amount of cash you can take out is at most 500 million. I didn't expect this treasure to be so important to you. But since I said that you won't get it, I'll keep my word. Wei Jingyu chuckled coldly. Luo Dan had an ominous premonition in her heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, Wei Jingyu suddenly raised his paddle. 200 million. He directly raised the price by 100 million. The scene instantly fell into silence. Luo Dan's face was even redder. Because Luo Dan knew that she could use 500 million, the other party raised the price by 200 million. It was obvious that he wouldn't let her get it. Wei Jingyu, are you crazy? 200 million is not a small number for you. Luo Dan, it's indeed not a small number. But if I can get you, it's worth it. As long as you agree to marry me, I'll give you 5. I'll offer you 200 million beads. Wei Jingyu looked as if he had eaten Luo Dan 300 million. Luo Dan gritted her teeth and gestured to the manager again. The manager immediately raised his paddle. Wei Jingyu, if I liquidate all my assets, I can still take out 300 million. Your foundation is not in Qingju. I don't believe that you can add another 300 million in a short period of time. Haha. Wei Jingyu still had a confident look on his face. The situation was too big. 300 million. He directly raised the price by 400 million. This time, everyone was shocked. Even Luo Dan was in disbelief. Chapter 495. It's impossible for Wei Jingyu to take out 300 million. I suspect he's here to cause trouble. Luo Dan had already lost her composure and said loudly. Hearing Luo Dan's words, there was a commotion in the hall. Although Wei Jingyu's company was very impressive, the people present were all businessmen. Naturally, they knew that if they wanted to take out 1 billion in cash, let alone Wei Jingyu, even a big shot who was one level higher than him wouldn't be able to do it. The amount of assets one had and the amount of cash one could take out were definitely two different concepts. Sure enough, even the auctioneer felt that Wei Jingyu was here to cause trouble. A person in charge walked down from the stage and bowed to Wei Jingyu very respectfully before saying, Mr. Wei, are you really going to spend 300 million for this engraved bead? The other party was quite tactful. Are you afraid that I can't afford this bead? Wei Jingyu chuckled and looked at a table not far away. A figure stood up from the table and said, I can vouch for Mr. Wei. I have 600 million in cash here. If Mr. Wei doesn't have enough, you can use it first. Seeing the person who stood up, Luo Dan had a bad feeling in her heart. When the other party spoke, her face immediately fell. The person who stood up was none other than the leader of the Qing gang, Xia Feiyang. No wonder Wei Jingyu was so generous. It turned out that he had already reached an agreement with Xia Feiyang. Xia Feiyang and Luo Dan had a grudge, and the enemy of an enemy was a friend. With the two of them working together, Luo Dan was instantly put in a difficult situation. Wei Jingyu's assets were not inferior to Luo Dan's, and with Xia Feiyang, Luo Dan could not compare to Xia Feiyang's wealth. Since Boss Xia is here to vouch for him, we naturally wouldn't dare to doubt him. The person in charge also knew Xia Feiyang's identity. Wei Jingyu was not well known in Qingju, but Xia Feiyang was the leader of the Qing gang. He was very different. All right, let's continue the auction. The person in charge nodded to the auctioneer. The auctioneer then said, 300 million once. 300 million twice. The hall remained silent, and no one else stood up to bid. Let's not talk about whether this unknown bead was worth 9 in the eyes of the crowd. 300 million. Even if Xia Feiyang, the leader of the Qing gang, were to step forward, no one would dare to compete with him just based on his status. The Green State was truly too small. Even if the Chu clan, the leader of the Green State, was here, they would still have to lower their heads when facing Xia Feiyang. The others were nothing in front of Xia Feiyang. At this moment, Wei Jingyu's face was full of confidence. All the signs pointed to the importance of this white bead to Luo Dan. He had been chasing after Luo Dan but failed to obtain her. Now, if he could use this bead to make Luo Dan yield, it would be of great benefit to him. Wait a minute. Seeing that the hammer was about to fall, Luo Dan hurriedly shouted. What? Miss Luo wants to raise the price. The host looked at Luo Dan in confusion. Luo Dan suddenly looked embarrassed. Just now, she was just worried that the Dragon Ball would fall into Wei Jingyu's hands in a moment of desperation. Now that she saw everyone looking at her, she couldn't help but show some bitterness on her face. 300 million, all her assets added up to 500 million. How could she possibly win the Dragon Ball? Seeing that Luo Dan didn't speak for a long time, the person in charge's face sank slightly. Miss Luo, I'm sure you're aware of the strength of our auction house. If you don't want to bid, then don't say anything else. Otherwise, I'll treat it as a disturbance and can only ask the security to escort you out. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he gave the host on the stage a look. The host nodded and was about to speak. Just as the host was about to speak, a voice was heard. At this moment, it was exceptionally bright in this quiet moment. 1 billion. Everyone looked around and finally saw the table by the side. Luo Dan turned around in surprise and saw a young man grinning at her. Who else could it be other than Li Changsheng? She didn't expect someone to raise the price at this time. Wei Jingyu stood up with a bang. When he saw that it was Li Changsheng, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. At that time, Li Changsheng was by Luo Dan's side, which made him speculate about Li Changsheng's identity. However, he only thought that he was an ordinary friend of Luo Dan and didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect that Li Changsheng would choose to raise the price at this time. Wei Jingyu took out 300 million was already borrowed from Xia Feiyang. Now that someone added another 100 million, his face instantly turned ugly. However, he knew that he absolutely couldn't fall short at this time, so he gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion. 5 billion. As soon as he said that, he heard Li Changsheng speak again. This time, even Wei Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. There was a burst of discussion around. Who is this? He doesn't look good, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. 5 billion to buy a bead. Is there a mistake? This guy seemed to be sitting with Luo Dan just now. Could he be Luo Dan's suitor who wants to spend 5 billion to make the beauty smile? In ancient times, there was King Yu of Ju playing with the warlords. Now, there's this prodigal son squandering to buy a bead. I've learned something today. All kinds of jealous voices were heard. Luo Dan is indeed beautiful, but spending 5 billion to pick up a girl, if this isn't squandering, what is? On the other side, Luo Dan was completely dumbfounded. She had many guesses about Li Changsheng's identity, but most of them thought that Li Changsheng was someone from the underworld because of his extraordinary skills. But he never expected Li Changsheng to be so rich. He opened his mouth and said 5 billion. That was not a string of Arabic numerals, but bright red RMB. Friend, are you trying to compete with Boss Xia for the auction rights? After a short silence, Wei Jingyu immediately thought of something and sneered. As soon as he said that, many people immediately looked over. That's right. This Wei Jingyu is related to Xia Feiyang. What kind of person is Xia Feiyang, the head of the Green Gang? If Li Changsheng makes a bid at this time, isn't that the same as going against Xia Feiyang? At this time, the person in charge also walked over to Li Changsheng's seat. Sir, are you sure you can afford 5 billion? Indeed, Li Changsheng was dressed very plainly, and he was sitting with Luo Dan's manager. It was inevitable that he would be seen as a troublemaker. Of course, Mr. Li can afford it. At this time, a loud and clear voice was heard. Xia Feiyang stood up from his seat and bowed to Li Changsheng from afar. I didn't know that Miss Luo Dan was Mr. Li's woman. It's my fault for being disrespectful to Miss Luo Dan. In order to apologize to Miss Luo Dan, I'll pay 1.5 billion. When Xia Feiyang spoke, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on? Chapter 496. What kind of person was Xia Feiyang? He was the leader of the Qing gang. Across the entire north, he was a big shot. Now that he was in Qingju, he was like a dragon crossing the river. The Qing gang claimed to have 100,000 members, and Xia Feiyang himself was known for his ruthless methods. Back in the day, the Qing gang was on par with the Hong sect. Although the Qing gang had declined a lot, it was still one of the top forces. But now, the actual leader of the Qing gang, Xia Feiyang, not only did not care about Li Changsheng's offense, he even showed such a respectful attitude to Li Changsheng. It was unbelievable to everyone. Who is this young man? Everyone was stunned. Could he be a big shot from one of the top families in the capital? Many people were guessing. After all, Li Changsheng was too young. It seemed that only the future leader of those super families could make sense. Wei Jingyu, who originally had a complacent look on his face, had completely collapsed at this moment. He was trembling with fear. Luo Dan felt like she was in a dream. I'll give this bead to Mr. Li as an apology. I hope Mr. Li won't refuse. Xia Feiyang still had a respectful look on his face. The leader of the Qing gang had a prominent background in many people's eyes, but only Xia Feiyang knew that it was nothing in the eyes of cultivators, not to mention someone like Li Changsheng, who could be called the #1 in the cultivation world. Well, since you have the heart, I'll give you this chance. Li Changsheng said lightly, as if it was an honor for Xia Feiyang to buy the bead for him. Thank you, Mr. Li. Xia Feiyang's face was filled with joy. Boss Xia, we've already agreed to cooperate. You're obviously going back on your words. On the other side, Wei Jingyu was a little anxious. He originally planned to cooperate with Xia Feiyang to force Luo Dan to submit. He had been drooling over Luo Dan's beauty for a long time, not to mention the wealth under Luo Dan's name was far more than 1 billion. If Luo Dan submitted herself to him, he would gain both wealth and beauty. Who would have thought that Li Changsheng would come out of nowhere and ruin all his plans? So what if we've discussed it? If you dare to spout any more nonsense, do you believe that I'll make you suffer? Xia Feiyang was very respectful when facing Li Changsheng, but the moment he turned around, he immediately regained his aura as a martial arts tyrant. He glared fiercely at Wei Jingyu, who immediately shrunk back in fear, not daring to say the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Seeing this scene, the crowd fell into silence. This was the power of the leader of the Green Gang. Even if he didn't do anything, just a glare was enough to make people feel fear. And for someone as powerful as Xia Feiyang to bow his head to Li Changsheng, what kind of background did this seemingly ordinary young man have? Therefore, all eyes were focused on Li Changsheng. They were curious, doubtful, and scrutinizing him in all sorts of ways. Boss Xia, are you really going to bid 1.5 billion for this bead? The auctioneer asked with a trembling voice. This bead was placed in their auction house by someone else. They originally thought that it would be good if it could be sold for 2 or 3 billion, but they never expected that it would be several times higher. Just from this auction alone, the commission that their company earned was an astronomical figure. Of course. Xia Feiyang directly took out a check and wrote a series of numbers on it. He then said to the auctioneer, "You can go to the bank and withdraw the money now. I'm sure you know how trustworthy I am." "Yes, yes. How would I dare to doubt you?" The auctioneer had a fawning look on his face. The title of the leader of the Green Gang was not just for show. Behind Xia Feiyang was enough to shake half of the martial arts world. The auctioneer brought the bead over, and Xia Feiyang gestured for him to pass it to Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng pointed at Luo Dan, and the wooden box was turned in front of Luo Dan. Even now, Luo Dan still felt like she was in a dream. This bead was so miraculously obtained by her. She couldn't believe it for a moment and didn't dare to accept it. This was 1.5 billion yuan. Take it. It should be very helpful to you. Li Changsheng said to Luo Dan. Li Changsheng already knew that she was a cultivator and had an ice physique. If she used this bead to cultivate, she would get twice the result with half the effort. Okay. This 1.5 billion is what I owe you. I will pay you back. After Luo Dan finished speaking, she took the bead in her hand. She indeed had a reason to refuse. At the same time, she was even more puzzled about Li Changsheng's purpose of approaching her. After all, spending 1.5 billion to win the favor of a woman was a bit too much if he didn't have any special goals and only wanted to win her heart. Mr. Li, let's leave. Luo Dan put away the bead and then said to Li Changsheng. She seemed to be a little anxious. Li Changsheng did not ask the reason. He nodded and left the auction house with Luo Dan. After going downstairs, Luo Dan hurriedly got into the car with Li Changsheng and went back along the way they came. Why do I feel that you're in a panic? Li Changsheng, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Luo Dan. This bead is a treasure. For ordinary people, it may only emit cold air, but for some special people, this is a rare treasure. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. If such a treasure is in my hands, I'm afraid that someone will covet it. Luo Dan explained. Li Changsheng nodded. Indeed, although this bead was not a real dragon bead in Li Changsheng's eyes, it could definitely be called a treasure. The car sped all the way until they returned to the bar. Only then did Luo Dan relax. The two walked inside together and saw Luo Dan carefully put the dragon bead in the safe in the office and locked it. Then, she thought of something and looked at Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, you're giving me something worth 1.5 billion just like that. What's your purpose in approaching me? I can't figure it out no matter how I think about it. I told you my purpose from the beginning. It was for you. If I said that you look exactly like a lover of mine, would you believe it? I don't believe it. Luo Dan shook her head. How can there be such a coincidence in the world, and this is 1.5 billion. If I were your lover, you could spend 1.5 billion to show your true love, but I just look like you. I don't believe that someone can take out 1.5 billion just because someone looks like you. Hearing Luo Dan's words, Li Changsheng shrugged his shoulders. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Then can I ask you a question? Do you have a birthmark similar to a wound on your lower abdomen? When Li Changsheng's words fell, Luo Dan's face suddenly changed wildly. How do you know? Chapter 497. How did you know that? Luo Dan's expression changed drastically as she stared at Li Changsheng in disbelief. Seeing Luo Dan's expression, Li Changsheng was even more shocked. He only asked because he had some guesses. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. Can I have a look? Li Changsheng stared at Luo Dan, his eyes filled with excitement. Even his voice began to tremble. Luo Dan's face immediately turned red with anger. Who do you think I am? Li Changsheng finally realized that his words were inappropriate. How could a girl's body be casually looked at? The atmosphere in the room became awkward. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and an old man strode in. The old man was dressed in black and had a gloomy aura around him. Cultivator. Li Changsheng suddenly raised his head. Judging from the old man's aura, he should have reached the Carnate realm. I didn't expect you to come personally. After seeing the old man, Luo Dan immediately showed a respectful expression. I heard that you obtained the cold drake pearl. Well done. The old man smiled, and his tone was filled with praise. The pearl is in the safe. Luo Dan hurriedly opened the safe and took out the wooden box containing the pearl. The old man took it with a smile and opened the wooden box. Seeing the white pearl inside, he smiled. Good. Well done. I'll record this as a great merit. After saying that, he noticed Li Changsheng sitting on the sofa. He couldn't help but frown and ask, who is he? This is Mr. Li. It was all thanks to Mr. Li that we were able to obtain the pearl. Is that so? The old man nodded. You didn't tell outsiders anything you shouldn't have, right? At this moment, Luo Dan's face was filled with fear. I wouldn't dare to reveal the sect's secrets. That's good. The old man looked at Li Changsheng. Friend, I'm very grateful to you for helping Luo Dan obtain the cold serpent pearl. However, I have some matters to discuss with Luo Dan. It's not convenient for you to sit here. Please leave first. The other party's voice was cold. Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown slightly, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and said to Luo Dan, "Then I'll leave first. I'll come find you tomorrow." With that, he turned around and walked out of the office. After Li Changsheng left, the old man sized up the cold serpent bead a few more times before smiling. "It is indeed a treasure. Congratulations on passing the inner sect assessment. When I return, I will report this matter to the palace master, and you will be officially promoted to an inner sect disciple." As he spoke, he put the bead away. "I've already arranged for someone to take over your business in the Azure province. Now, come back to the sect with me. This cold serpent pearl is such a treasure that I'm afraid others will covet it. This time, I'm also afraid that you won't be able to protect this treasure." "All right." Luo Dan nodded, but Li Changsheng's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She was originally an outer sect disciple of the Snow God's palace. She had always wanted to become an inner sect disciple, but there were only two ways to become an inner sect disciple. The first way was to cultivate the Snow God's technique and break through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Luo Dan was limited by her aptitude and was now stuck at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. The second way was to make a great contribution to the sect and be promoted. Therefore, Luo Dan took the initiative to come to the Azure province to develop her business, hoping to find a treasure for her sect. A few days ago, she heard about the cold serpent pearl and knew that her opportunity to be promoted to an inner sect disciple had come. That was why she was so passionate about the cold serpent pearl. After being promoted to an inner sect disciple of the Snow God's palace, her identity would change dramatically from now on. She might not come to the Azure province in this lifetime. She didn't know how she felt about Li Changsheng. After all, the two of them had known each other for less than 2 days. "I'll regret it forever." Luo Dan sighed. She followed the elder down the stairs and out of the bar. She got into an off-road vehicle and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. After the car disappeared, Li Changsheng walked out from behind a building. With his divine sense, the conversation between the two could not escape his ears. "She left just like that. Looks like I'll have to go to your sect next time." Just as Li Changsheng was mumbling to himself, his eyebrows suddenly raised. Looks like it won't be that easy for her to leave just like that. The jeep had already left the Azure province and was speeding on a nameless road. Luo Dan sat in the back of the car with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the car came to a sudden stop and caused her body to tilt forward. She quickly straightened her body. If she hadn't practiced Dharma spells, her face would have been bruised and swollen. "What's going on?" Elder Lu, who was also resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but show some anger on his face. Looking up, he saw 3 neat rows of cars on the road ahead, blocking the road ahead. "Someone is here to rob the treasure." Elder Lu instantly understood what was going on and shouted at the driver, "Turn around." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of tires rubbing against each other from behind. He turned around and saw 3 rows of cars blocking the road. They had been surrounded. "Let's get out of the car and have a look." Elder Lu knew that the other party had come prepared, but he was also a Carnate Realm expert and was very confident in his own strength. When they opened the door and got out, the people who surrounded them also got out of the cars. The leader was a middle-aged man in a black robe and holding a folding fan in his hand. He cupped his hands and said from afar, "Elder Lu, we meet again." When he saw the other party's face, Elder Li's face suddenly changed. "I didn't expect to alarm Vice Sect Leader Zhu. I wonder what Vice Sect Leader Zhu is going to do." "Haha." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "Elder Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I heard that a disciple of your Snow God Palace found a treasure called the Frost Dragon Pearl for you. As you know, our Yin Lake sect also cultivates the Frost Element cultivation method. It just so happens that I've encountered some difficulties in my cultivation method recently, so I'd like to borrow your Frost Dragon Pearl. I'm sure your Snow God Palace won't refuse me since we're both cultivation sects of the northern region." Elder Lu's face changed when he heard the other party's words. When he was surrounded, he vaguely guessed that the other party must have gotten the news about the Frost Dragon Pearl. However, when he heard the other party's words, the last bit of hope in his heart disappeared. "Zhu Xingyu, I'm afraid I can't promise you this. Our snow god's palace is also very useful for this pearl. If you don't want to cause a fight between our two sects, you'd better let us go and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Haha. Zhu Xingyu shook his head. Elder Lu, do you think it's possible? Since I'm here, I naturally don't take your snow god's palace seriously. I hope you can make the right choice. Otherwise, you and your beautiful disciple won't be able to leave here today. Chapter 498. Hearing the other party's words, Elder Lu's expression changed several times. Finally, he let out a long sigh and took out the wooden box from the car. I was careless. I didn't expect the news to leak so quickly. He threw the wooden box into the hands of Zhu Xingyu, the vice-sect master of the Yin Lake sect, and then said, I'll give it to you. Let the two of us go. Luo Dan's eyes were full of despair. She had worked so hard to get this Dragon Ball. Now that it was taken away by the other party, her promotion to an inner disciple was most likely going to be ruined. But what could she do? Even Elder Lu had to accept his fate, let alone a small outer disciple like her. After checking the wooden box and confirming that it was correct, Zhu Xingyu laughed out loud. I didn't expect to get it so easily. As he spoke, he put away the wooden box, and then his face became cold. Now that you've got it, the two of you should be on your way. Hearing Zhu Xingyu's words, Elder Lu's expression suddenly changed. Zhu, what do you mean? I've already given you what you want, and you still don't plan to let the two of us go? Do you really want to start a war with the Snow God's temple? I don't want to start a war with the Snow God's temple, so I want to kill you. As long as the two of you are dead, who knows who did it? After all, this Dragon Ball is a treasure that everyone wants to get. Hearing the other party's words, Elder Lu trembled with anger. And Luo Dan's eyes were full of despair. Am I going to die here today? Not only did you steal the Dragon Ball, but you also want to kill people. Isn't that a bit too much? At this moment, a faint voice rang out. Under the road, a young figure appeared. Who are you? Everyone's eyes were attracted to him. At this critical moment, Zhu Xingyu certainly didn't want anyone to disturb him. But when he saw that it was only a young man, Zhu Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Li Changsheng, why are you here? After seeing Li Changsheng, Luo Dan's face suddenly showed anxiety. Now that the other party had made it clear that he wanted to kill them, Li Changsheng appeared at this time. Wasn't he courting death? Li Changsheng, hurry up and leave. This is not a place for you to stay. Luo Dan kept winking at Li Changsheng, but Li Changsheng acted as if he didn't see it and walked directly to her side. Are you stupid? These people want to silence you. Aren't you courting death by appearing at this time? Hurry up and pretend you didn't see anything and leave. Luo Dan was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She knew that she was going to die today, and she didn't want to implicate Li Changsheng. If I leave, who will save you? Li Changsheng smiled. Li Changsheng, I know that your background is not ordinary. Otherwise, Xia Feiyang would not respect you so much. But these people are different from Xia Feiyang. Don't be stupid. Quickly think of a way to leave. You can't save me. Li Changsheng completely ignored Luo Dan's words. Instead, he calmly looked at Zhu Xingyu, the vice-chief of the Yinpool faction, and extended his hand. I spent 1.5 billion to buy that bead for Luo Dan. Please return it to me. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, everyone present was stunned. Zhu Xingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid, are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? You want something from me? The subordinates behind Zhu Xingyu roared with laughter. I'm Li Changsheng. Of course, I want my things back. If you don't give it to me, then I'll take it by force. But if I do, you'll regret it. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the laughter became louder. Zhu Xingyu shook his head. Li Changsheng? Haha. I've never heard of you. Aren't you going to take it by force? Then come and take it. Haha. However, before he could finish speaking, Li Changsheng began to walk toward him. Luo Dan wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by Elder Lu. Don't go over. Let him lure Zhu Xingyu to attack. Let me see how strong Zhu Xingyu is and whether we have a chance to escape. But he'll be killed by Zhu Xingyu. Luo Dan wanted to break free from Elder Lu's grasp, but her cultivation was too low. She couldn't break free even with all her strength. So what if you go up? You'll just die with him. I'm only willing to save you because you're loyal to the snow god's palace. Otherwise, do you think I want to care about you? Elder Lu said coldly. At this time, Li Changsheng had already taken 3 steps forward. The first 2 steps were ordinary, but when he took the 3rd step, a cool breeze rose under his feet. As he took another step, the cool breeze swept up the dust on the ground. When he took the 8th step, the cool breeze had turned into a whistling wind, bringing up more and more dust. At this time, the laughter in the field had long disappeared and was replaced by dignified faces. At this time, even a fool could see that Li Changsheng was not an ordinary person. Who the hell are you? Zhu Xingyu clenched the folding fan in his hand and stared at Li Changsheng. Behind him, Elder Lu and Luo Dan were both surprised. I didn't expect him to be a cultivator. Elder Lu muttered to himself. Does that mean we're saved? Luo Dan's face was full of surprise. I advise you not to be too optimistic. Even if he's a cultivator, it's already very good that he can cultivate to the 8th level of qi refining at his age. Zhu Xingyu, the deputy leader of the Yin Lake sect, is at the peak of the innate realm. Do you think he can save us? Hearing Elder Lu's words, the hope that had just been ignited in Luo Dan was extinguished in an instant as if a basin of cold water had been poured on it. The joy in her eyes turned into deep worry for Li Changsheng. Boy, which sect are you from? I didn't expect that I was wrong. At first, Zhu Xingyu was also shocked by Li Changsheng's momentum, but on second thought, even if Li Changsheng was a cultivator, so what? Could he be stronger than him? I'm not from any sect. As I said, my name is Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng? Do you think your name is very famous? Zhu Xingyu snorted coldly. Just now, when he was talking to Li Changsheng, he was just preparing to attack. Now that he was ready, he immediately opened the folding fan in his hand and it flew out of his hand. With a wind-breaking sound in the air, it attacked Li Changsheng. In the next second, Li Changsheng's 9th step had already landed. The boundless wind formed a tornado at the end of his step and directly met the folding fan. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The folding fan was directly crushed in the tornado. At the same time, Li Changsheng waved his palm forward, and the endless wind hit Zhu Xingyu's chest along with the palm force. At this moment, the crowd behind Zhu Xingyu exclaimed. Li Changsheng, I remember now. He's the newly risen leader of the Sword Alliance. However, his voice was a step too late. By the time he finished speaking, Zhu Xingyu had already been sent flying backward. Chapter 499. His Li Changsheng, the most powerful man in the world. Zhu Xingyu's subordinates behind him almost cried out in surprise, but they were too late. Zhu Xingyu had been sent flying by Li Changsheng. The most powerful man in the world. Elder Lu and Luo Dan were both confused. The snow god's palace was built on a remote snow mountain and had little contact with the cultivation world of the central region. Therefore, even though Li Changsheng was famous in the cultivation world, they still didn't know who Li Changsheng was. Not to mention them, even Zhu Xingyu, who was sent flying by Li Changsheng, had a puzzled look in his eyes. Like the snow god's palace, the Yin Lake sect cultivated in seclusion and didn't know much about the changes in the cultivation world. Zhu Xingyu got up from the ground with his hand on his chest. Every time he moved, he showed a painful expression on his face. Obviously, the palm had hurt him badly. He looked at Li Changsheng with fear. Now, he didn't dare to treat Li Changsheng as a reckless young man. What's going on? Zhu Xingyu looked at his subordinate who had just cried out in surprise. The subordinate whispered a few words in Zhu Xingyu's ear. Suddenly, Zhu Xingyu's face changed again and again. He said in surprise, "Is he really so powerful?" The subordinate nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Absolutely. Like Luo Dan, this subordinate was only an outer disciple of the Yin Lake sect. He was responsible for the affairs of the Yin Lake sect in the secular world. He happened to be in the capital city a few days ago, so he knew more about Li Changsheng. Seeing Zhu Xingyu sent flying, the subordinates behind him all stared at Li Changsheng. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because they were afraid of Li Changsheng's strength. At this time, Zhu Xingyu waved his hand, motioning his subordinates to stop. Then, he endured the pain in his body and struggled to take a few steps forward. He cupped his hands and said to Li Changsheng, "Mr. Li, forgive me for offending you. Please forgive me." Zhu Xingyu's change in attitude surprised Luo Dan and Elder Lu again. "Tell me the truth, what is the identity of this Li guy?" Elder Liu knew that Zhu Xingyu was the deputy headmaster of the Yin Lake sect. Just now, he had been sent flying by Li Changsheng with a single palm strike. Now, after standing up, there was no anger on his face. Instead, there was a look of fear on his face. This was simply too unusual. My heart is also filled with question marks. Originally, no matter how mysterious Li Changsheng's identity was, in her eyes, he was just a rich second generation from a big family in the secular world. She never thought that Li Changsheng was also a cultivator and was so powerful. "Since you know you have offended me, why don't you hand over the bead and then break one of your hands and get out of here?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Zhu Xingyu's face immediately showed signs of struggle. Losing a hand meant that his strength would be greatly reduced. To a martial artist, this was something unacceptable. "Mr. Li, I'm willing to give you gold and silver as an apology. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Hearing Zhu Xingyu's words, Li Changsheng coldly snorted. "If I don't let you break your hand, then break it. If you dare to say another word, do you believe that I won't take your life?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Zhu Xingyu's face showed anger. He was the deputy headmaster of the Yin Lake sect. When had he ever been reprimanded like this? However, when he raised his head and saw Li Changsheng's cold eyes and recalled Li Changsheng's means just now, he instantly felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly lowered his head again. "Fine, I'll break one of my hands to thank Li Changsheng for not killing me." After saying that, he took a knife from a subordinate next to him and chopped his own wrist. Catcher. With a raise of his hand, the knife fell and his hand was directly cut off. "Mr. Li, are you satisfied now?" Zhu Xingyu was also a tough guy. His hand was chopped off, but he gritted his teeth and didn't groan. "Get out of here." Li Changsheng didn't look at him again and said coldly, "Thank you, Mr. Li." Zhu Xingyu hurriedly picked up his chopped hand and limped into the car. Soon, more than 20 cars disappeared at the end of the road. After Zhu Xingyu left, Li Changsheng's eyes fell on Elder Lu. At this moment, Elder Lu was still holding Luo Dan's wrist. Luo Dan wanted to help Li Changsheng just now, but he grabbed her wrist. Later, when Li Changsheng sent Zhu Xingyu flying with a palm, he was completely shocked and forgot to let go of her wrist. When he met Li Changsheng's cold eyes, he quickly reacted. He hurriedly let go of her hand. "Luo Dan wanted to save me just now, but you tried to stop her. Since you're an elder of Luo Dan's sect, I'll cut off one of your fingers." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Elder Lu raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "I'm an elder of the Snow God Palace. You want to cut off my finger? Didn't you see that the deputy headmaster's hand was chopped off? Who do you think you are?" Before the other party could speak, a cold light was emitted from Li Changsheng's body and slashed at Elder Lu. Just as he was about to dodge, the sword light flashed in front of him and his finger fell. "Ah!" Elder Lu reacted and let out a scream. Obviously, he was not as persevering as Zhu Xingyu. "Boy, you're making an enemy of the Snow God Palace." Elder Lu gritted his teeth as he endured the pain. "Shut up." Li Changsheng snorted and waved his hand. Slap. There was a crisp sound. Elder Lu was sent flying out of the room. Luo Dan looked at all of this in a daze and stood there, not knowing what to do. At this time, Li Changsheng walked in front of her and handed her the wooden box. "This is my gift to you. Remember, no one can take it." After handing the box to Luo Dan, he took out a red string from his pocket, held Luo Dan's jade-like hand and gently tied it around her wrist. "Don't take off this red string. It will protect you." "Okay, I'll visit you in a few days." Li Changsheng held her hand tightly, then turned around and walked step by step in the direction he came from. Every step he took covered a distance of more than 10 meters and soon disappeared from Luo Dan's sight. At this time, Elder Lu got up from the ground with a gloomy face. The side of his face was badly mutilated and at the same time, The place where his finger was cut off had stopped bleeding. With the means of the innate realm, reattaching a severed finger was not a difficult task. However, having one of his fingers severed would affect the circulation of his meridians in the future, and his strength would decrease. Moreover, this was an absolute humiliation. If news of this were to spread, he would become a laughingstock. This is the friend you know. I won't let him go. Also, when I return to the sect, I will report today's matter to the palace master. Then you will be punished. Chapter 500. Elder Lu thought that Li Changsheng had left, so he dared to threaten Luo Dan loudly. However, he did not know that his conversation with Luo Dan had fallen into Li Changsheng's ears. A cold glint flashed across Li Changsheng's eyes as he walked, but he didn't punish Elder Lu when he returned. The other party was an elder of Luo Dan's sect. Obviously, Luo Dan valued her sect very much. The reason why he tied the red rope around Luo Dan's wrist was to prevent her sect's elders from making things difficult for Luo Dan. After living for countless lifetimes, how could Li Changsheng not know that those cultivation sects were sanctimonious on the surface but dirty behind their backs? If they really dared to make Luo Dan suffer, Li Changsheng did not mind razing their entire sect to the ground. In that life, it was because of his soft-heartedness that the figure finally died in front of him. In this life, such a thing would not happen again. Soon, Li Changsheng returned to his villa. He saw a row of luxurious cars parked at the entrance of the villa. A young man stood at the entrance of the villa, waiting. Li Changsheng's villa was shrouded in a formation, so not just anyone could break in. The young man obviously had no intention of breaking in. Instead, he waited there respectfully. When Li Changsheng's figure appeared, the young man's face immediately lit up with joy. "Mr. Li, you're back." The young man was none other than Kai Xian. Seeing Kai Xian's appearance, Li Changsheng's eyes revealed some doubts. "Kai Xian, what's going on?" When Kai Xian saw Li Changsheng, he immediately greeted him. "Mr. Li, I'm here on my father's orders to deliver something to you. Because this thing is very precious, my father asked me to bring the members of the swordsman group here." Li Changsheng looked over and saw more than 40 people standing behind Kai Xian. It should be known that Kai Yu did not send such a large lineup the last time he went to the capital. For a moment, Li Changsheng was even more curious about what Kai Yu was talking about. "Let's talk inside." With that, Li Changsheng waved his hand and removed the protective array formation enveloping the villa. Then, he walked into the villa with Kai Xian. His subordinates were standing neatly in the courtyard. Not to mention that they didn't have the right to enter the villa with Kai Xian. Even if Li Changsheng let them in, the house couldn't hold so many people. Walking into the villa, Li Changsheng sat down on the sofa. At this time, Kai Xian carefully opened a wooden box. Inside was a palm-sized gourd. The material of this gourd seemed to be very special. It was like jade, crystal clear, and dark green. The moment Kai Xian opened the wooden box, Li Changsheng's face revealed surprise. "This is a magical treasure." Li Changsheng also looked a little excited. One had to know that the most powerful Dharma artifact he had now was the heart-wishful sword that he had obtained from the sect leader of the Huashan sect. Although the heart-wishful sword was powerful, it was only a supreme-grade Dharma artifact. However, this jasper gourd was very likely a Dharma artifact. According to the power of Dharma artifacts, they were divided into several grades. They were Dharma artifact, spiritual artifact, Dharma artifact, spiritual artifact, Tao artifact that could destroy the world, and the highest grade supreme grade Dharma artifact. Seeing Li Changsheng's expression, Kai Xian heaved a sigh of relief. "It seems that this is really a Dharma artifact. My father paid a huge price to obtain it. What exactly is going on?" Li Changsheng wasn't in a hurry to check the level of this gourd. Instead, he looked at Kai Xian in confusion. Hearing Kai Xian's words, it probably wasn't easy to obtain this item. This could also explain why Kai Yu would send more than 40 elite subordinates to escort this treasure to Qingju with Kai Xian. This was originally a family heirloom. Later on, that family was suddenly exterminated. Coincidentally, my father had some friendship with the family head, so he sent people to investigate this matter. Later on, He found out that the family was exterminated because a mysterious organization was eyeing their family heirloom. Hence, in order to avenge his good friend, my father mobilized all his elite subordinates and finally recovered this jasper gourd that the mysterious organization had snatched away. It's a pity that the headquarters of that mysterious organization wasn't in the country. Hence, they could only exterminate those who came to snatch the treasure. They couldn't kill their way to their headquarters. Speaking of this, Kai Xian felt a little regretful. My father made many inquiries and determined that this gourd was very likely a Dharma artifact used by cultivators. Hence, he asked me to send someone to deliver it to you overnight. So that's how it is. Li Changxing nodded and picked up the jasper gourd to examine it carefully. This is indeed a Dharma artifact of the Dharma artifact level, and it's a rare spatial Dharma artifact. It's a pity that it's damaged. If it wasn't damaged, it's very likely that its level would be higher. The space inside is damaged and temporarily unusable. It seems that it needs to be repaired. Upon hearing Li Changxing's words, Kai Xian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Does this mean that the treasure that my father valued so much is actually a piece of trash? No, no. Li Changxing waved his hand. How could it be a piece of trash? Although this Dharma artifact is damaged, as long as it's repaired, it'll definitely be a treasure. I have to thank your father for this matter. My father said that it's only right for him to be filial to you. All right. Li Changxing nodded and put away the jasper gourd without hesitation. Since this treasure belongs to your father's friend, and your father's friend's entire family was wiped out. Now that it's in my hands, I have the obligation to avenge him. Help me tell Kai Yu to find out the origin of that mysterious force. Leave the rest to me. All right. Kai Xian nodded. On the third day after Kai Xian came to Qingju, Ma Yi called and said that he wanted to treat Li Changxing to a meal to apologize for what happened at the gathering last time. Li Changxing didn't refuse. After asking for the address, he asked Kai Xian to drive him there. Initially, Kai Xian was about to leave after delivering the jasper gourd, but Kai Yu told him to stay by Li Changxing's side for a while and learn something from Li Changxing. Li Changxing didn't refuse. After all, he was the son of an old friend. Moreover, Kai Xian had been by Li Changxing's side in the capital some time ago. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard. Li Changxing happened to be preparing to refine a cauldron of pills recently and help Kai Xian improve his physique at the same time. Although Kai Xian wasn't talented in cultivation, he still had good aptitude in martial arts. Human martial arts could also be cultivated through martial arts, but it was 100 times more difficult than directly cultivating Dao techniques. Li Changxing helped him lay a good foundation. How far he could go would depend on his luck. Chapter 501. Mr. Li, it's a great honor to be able to follow you. My father said that he was your lackey back then and built the Kai family's powerful empire. As his son, I can be at your beck and call. This is Mr. Li's grace to the Kai family. Kai Xian said emotionally as he drove. When he went back this time, Kai Yu told him many stories of following Li Changxing back then, making him understand that the Kai family's glory today was a gift from Li Changxing. Everyone has their own luck. The Kai family's success today is also the result of your father's hard work. Li Changxing smiled and began to close his eyes to rest. Not long after he closed his eyes, he heard a bang and the car shook violently. When he opened his eyes, he saw a Wrangler and Kai Xian's Mercedes-Benz colliding. F***CK. Does this person know how to drive? He suddenly rushed out of the alley. Didn't the examiner tell him to go straight when he took the driver's license test? Kai Xian was also shocked by the car that suddenly rushed out and complained unhappily. What's going on? Li Changxing frowned. He and Ma Yi had an appointment to meet in half an hour. Now that there was a car collision, he was afraid that it would be delayed. I was driving well just now. Who knew that a car suddenly rushed out of the alley and directly hit our bumper? Let's go and see. If it's not serious, don't get entangled with them. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Kai Xian nodded. Just as he was about to get out of the car, 3 men came out of the opposite car and kicked the front bumper of the car. They pointed at the window and scolded, F***CK. Do you have F***king eyes? Don't you know how to move aside? Do you think you're so great just because you drive a broken Mercedes-Benz? Do you believe that I'll smash you into a pile of scrap iron? This time, even Kai Xian was a little stunned. He was the son of the sick tiger Kai Yu, the top young master in the north. He was actually scolded by someone who was in the right. Friend, it was your car that rushed out from the side. Why are you scolding people first? Kai Xian was not in a hurry to get out of the car. Instead, he rolled down the window and asked with a frown. Because of Li Changsheng's presence, he wouldn't argue with the other party over such a small matter. F***CK, you still dare to talk back. Get the F***CK out of the car, or I'll smash your car. The young man kicked the car again. Behind the young man, the two men looked at Kai Xian with a sneer. Please clean your mouth. Kai Xian wasn't a good-tempered person to begin with. It was only because Li Changsheng was around that he was afraid of delaying Li Changsheng's matters that he couldn't be bothered to argue with the other party. However, the other party was now pushing his luck, which made him a little angry. Oh, you're even excited now? Brat, why don't you go and find out who my Junchu, Li Changsheng could tell that Kai Xian was holding back because of him, so he said, don't have any scruples. Just do what you need to do. After that, Li Changsheng opened the door and got out of the car. Kai Xian hurriedly opened the door and got out as well. The youth named Mai Junchu was cursing at the car when he suddenly saw the door open. He paused and then sneered, What? Are you getting out of the car to apologize to me? Are you scared? Scared your ass. Kai Xian roared as soon as the other party finished speaking. He grabbed the other party's hair with unusual ferocity and pulled it down. Then, he raised his knee and hit the other party. Ka. After hitting the other party's head 3 times, he released his hand and the other party fell to the ground. His face was full of blood and his nose must have been broken. The 2 companions of the youth were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Kai Xian to take the initiative to attack. After they came to their senses, they didn't have the courage to rush up. Kai Xian's actions were too ruthless and too direct. He had already completely intimidated them. Do you know who young Master Mai is? He's the young master of Yuanhua Logistics Company. You even dare to touch a tiger's butt. You're finished. A youth pointed at Kai Xian and Li Changsheng and said loudly. At the same time, he took out his phone and started to make calls. Obviously, he was looking for someone. If they couldn't win, they would call for help. This had always been the usual trick of these rich playboys. The other had already gone to help Mai Junchu. Mai Junchu's nose was completely caved in and blood was all over his face. He was a little dizzy from being hit by Kai Xian's knee and only woke up a few minutes later. But his gaze toward Kai Xian was full of hatred and fear. It's okay. We've already called. Someone will be here soon. After the call, the youth said to Mai Junchu and looked at Li Changsheng and Kai Xian. You 2 dared to hit young Master Mai. Now kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, when our people arrive, it will be too late for you to kneel down and kowtow. Is that so? Li Changsheng walked to the side of the road and lit a cigarette. I'd like to see how much power you can use. Kai Xian walked to Li Changsheng's side and asked, Mr. Li, why don't I take care of these 3 guys? You go and meet your friends first. These clowns shouldn't delay your time. It's okay. I'll be late anyway. Might as well watch a good show. Li Changsheng smiled. Not long after, they saw a few commercial cars driving over quickly. A middle-aged man got out of the car and led a group of hot-blooded youths in their 20s. They walked over fiercely. Young Master Mai, what's going on? President Mai is dealing with some things and asked me to come over first. It's like this. They hit my car and dared to hit me. The youth next to him briefly explained the situation. This time, Li Changsheng and Kai Xian were surrounded by a group of fierce-looking youths. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Li Changsheng and Kai Xian. Li Changsheng had just finished smoking a cigarette and walked over with Kai Xian. You hit my young master's car and hit him. Let's talk about compensation. Compensation? Before Li Changsheng and Kai Xian could speak, Mai Junchu was a little anxious. Uncle Chen, you can't let them off easily. I understand, Young master Mai. The middle-aged man gave Mai Junchu a reassuring look. Mai Junchu suddenly seemed to understand something, and a sneer appeared on his face. How are you going to compensate? Li Changsheng asked with a playful expression. 500,000 for hitting my car. 5 million for hitting my young master. 5,500,000. You can leave safely today. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The other party looked at Li Changsheng and Kai Xian coldly with a sneer in his eyes. Chapter 502. How can 5 million be enough? In my opinion, it should be at least 50 million. Li Changsheng said with a smile. The man was stunned. What do you mean? In his opinion, 5 million was already an exorbitant price, but the other party actually wanted to pay 50 million. Could it be that the other party was stupid? I'm afraid that this car is only about 400,000 to 500,000. Plus the modification, 3 million is enough. Plus your young master, it's 50 million in total. I'll give you a round number. After Li Changsheng finished, he motioned to Kai Xian next to him. Kai Xian immediately understood. He directly opened the door, sat in the car, started the engine, backed 5 or 6 meters, and stepped on the accelerator. Vroom. With the roar of the engine, smoke rose from the rear of the car, and the smell of burnt tires, the car suddenly hit the Wrangler in front. Bang! The Wrangler was suddenly shaken by the collision, while Kai Xian in the Mercedes-Benz continued to step on the accelerator and pushed forward for more than 10 meters before stopping. The rich second generation and the middle-aged man who came to rescue were all dumbfounded. Good, you have guts. The middle-aged man was indeed a veteran. After a short surprise, he immediately chuckled, but the coldness in his eyes could not be concealed. If you have guts, continue to hit it. The middle-aged man finished his words. Without Li Changsheng's order, Kai Xian stepped on the accelerator again and drove the Wrangler to the roadside. He repeatedly hit it more than a dozen times and smashed the off-road vehicle into pieces. Then he stopped. Of course, Kai Xian's Mercedes-Benz was not much better. Boy, is this all you can do? That's it. The middle-aged man sneered. In his opinion, he had already figured out the confidence of these two young men. They thought that they could scare him by hitting a Wrangler. They didn't even think about the fact that this Wrangler was only the cheapest among his young master's countless cars. Of course not. I just said that I would pay 50 million. This car is worth at most 3 million. The remaining 47 million is your young master's life. Before they could react, Kai Xian had already turned the smoking Mercedes-Benz in front of them. He suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Mai Junchu and his two rich second-generation friends. It was only a distance of a few dozen meters, and he rushed over almost instantly. Mai Junchu was so scared that he screamed. He rolled and crawled to the side. The two rich second generation also reacted fast enough to dodge in time. Bang! They had just run away when they heard a loud roar and the car hit the railing on the road. Many onlookers had already gathered around, causing a traffic jam nearby. He really wants to kill me, Mai Junchu, whose nose had already stopped bleeding, said with a trembling voice. The other two rich second-generation heirs also had lingering fears. If they hadn't reacted fast enough, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. As for the middle-aged man's subordinates, their faces were also filled with astonishment. They felt that they had encountered a madman. There were many onlookers around, but at first, they just thought that it was an ordinary traffic accident. They didn't think of taking the initiative to call the police, so the whole street was blocked and no traffic police came. Kai Xian drove the car to hit the railing but didn't hit anyone. He backed up again and turned the steering wheel to Mai Junchu and his friends. At this time, no one dared to doubt Kai Xian's courage. Mai Junchu and his friends were so scared that they hurriedly fled to the stairs more than a meter above the ground. Only then did they pat their chests with lingering fear. The middle-aged man, who had been calm just now, was no longer as calm as before. Madmen couldn't be reasoned with. In his opinion, the two young men in front of him were such madmen. However, to their surprise, Kai Xian didn't start the car again to take revenge. Instead, he opened the car door and got out. He shrugged and said, "It's just a little joke and you're so scared." You're really a disgrace to the rich second generation. With that, he walked to the middle-aged man and said with a playful expression, "What? You want to play with me? But don't you think your subordinates are a little insufficient?" The middle-aged man also calmed down at this moment. He regained some composure on his face and snorted, "Not enough. It's enough to deal with the two of you." Kai Xian smiled slightly. "It's too early for you to say that." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowded crowd. Then, a group of burly men in black quickly walked out of the crowd, each of them looking murderous. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but at this time, Kai Xian had already lifted his foot and kicked him in the stomach, kicking him to the ground. His subordinates behind him were about to rush up, but they were all beaten to the ground by Kai Xian's subordinates. In less than a minute, the situation had been fundamentally reversed. My Junchu and his two friends, who were hiding on the high platform, were about to sneak away quietly when Kai Xian waved his hand. A dagger shot out and directly pierced into the crack in the brick in front of my Junchu. The blade swayed gently, flashing a cold light in the sun. It was only a few centimeters away from my Junchu's body. My Junchu was so scared that he took 3 steps back. He swallowed hard and there was already some panic in his eyes. "Bring him to me," Kai Xian ordered coldly. Immediately, several subordinates escorted my Junchu and his two friends to Kai Xian. "My father is my Rihua, the boss of Yuanhua Logistics." My Junchu stammered. Hearing the other party's identity, Kai Xian went to Li Changsheng and whispered, "I know this my Rihua. Yuanhua Logistics is backed by Yuanhua Group, which is quite powerful in the north. Qingju is just where their branch is located." Hearing Kai Xian's words, Li Changsheng nodded. With Kai Xian's identity, this Yuanhua Logistics company could be known by him, which showed that his strength was not ordinary. "Will dealing with him affect the interests of your Kai family in the north? If so, let him go," Li Changsheng asked. Although Kai Xian and Xu Xiaolin were each other's horns and dominated the north, there were still many big and small forces and many complicated relationships. They could not do whatever they wanted. "It won't affect the interests of my Kai family. Besides, if he offends you, no matter how powerful the enemy is, my Kai family will still pull him down." "Okay, I understand. You can continue to deal with him." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, Kai Xian directly went over and kicked my Junchu to the ground. Then, he stepped on his face and said coldly, "Boy, I don't care whose son you are. Remember, don't be too arrogant. Today is just a warning. Next time, I may take your life." After that, Kai Xian lifted his foot and said coldly, "Get out." My Junchu's face was full of humiliation. He rolled and crawled into a business car driven by the middle-aged man. His Wrangler had been badly damaged and obviously could not be driven away. After getting into the car, he immediately turned on the engine and stuck his head out. He gritted his teeth and said, "You two sons of B** keys. I'll remember you. I'll find someone now. Just wait for your death." Chapter 503. Just wait for your death. After my Junchu finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. There was a commotion among the onlookers and they hurriedly ran to both sides. Seeing that the car was about to rush through the crowd, Li Changsheng suddenly said, "Stop him." As soon as his voice fell, a huge roar was heard. A silver-white tyrannical suddenly rushed out and crashed into the MPV. The MPV that my Junchu was driving was knocked 5 or 6 meters away and flipped over on the ground. The violent sound was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. At this time, several strong men immediately surrounded my Junchu, whose head was bleeding, and pulled him out of the broken window. They dragged him like a chick to Li Changsheng and threw him down. "Mr. Li, what should we do with him?" The subordinate asked Li Changsheng for instructions. "How dare you hurt our young master?" The middle-aged man who had been beaten to the ground got up and rushed over like a beast. As soon as he approached, he was kicked 7 or 8 meters away by Kai Xian. "Let him call someone and get his father here," Li Changsheng said coldly. He had been delayed here for more than half an hour. He was very unhappy. "Didn't you hear, Mr. Li? Call someone." Kai Xian kicked my Junchu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog and still breathing, and roared. Okay, okay. My Junchu took out his mobile phone from his messy clothes and dialed a number with trembling hands. It didn't take long for a shrill horn to come from the road. A line of more than 20 cars appeared, and a group of people got off. They were led by 3 middle-aged men, and each of their faces was filled with anger. Especially when one of the middle-aged men saw my Junchu lying on the ground and covered in blood. He immediately flew into a rage and said coldly, "How dare you hit my son? Hello, President Mai. We meet again." After seeing the middle-aged man, Kai Xian smiled slightly. Mai Rihua looked a little confused. "We met 5 years ago. Back then, you went to visit my father. Perhaps it was because I was still young at that time, so my appearance had changed a little." As soon as Kai Xian said that, Mai Rihua suddenly thought of something. The anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by a respectful and flattering smile. "So it's young Master Kai." "Which young Master Kai?" The 2 middle-aged men who came with Mai Rihua asked in a low voice when they saw the change in Mai Rihua's attitude. "Sick Tiger Kai Yu's son, Kai Xian?" As soon as he said those words, the 2 middle-aged men behind him trembled. Mai Rihua's ferocious subordinates were about to attack, but Mai Rihua hurriedly stopped them. "Dad, you must avenge me." Mai Junchu, who had just been lying there half-dead, saw his father at this moment. It was as if he had taken a stimulant and immediately became spirited again. "Shut up." Mai Rihua lifted his leg and kicked his son, who had just gotten up, to the ground. Then, his face showed a bit of fear and he wiped the cold sweat on his head. "Young Master Kai, my son had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I don't know how he offended you, but I apologize to you here." When Mai Rihua said this, Mai Junchu and the subordinates behind him were dumbfounded. "What's going on? Mr. Li, what do you think?" Kai Xian couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng next to him. He was now only Li Changsheng's subordinate. Before he came, his father had already told him to follow Li Changsheng's lead. Moreover, after the incident in the capital, Kai Xian now sincerely admired Li Changsheng. "It's the father's fault for not teaching you well. Kneel down and slap yourself 30 times to take the blame for your son," Li Changsheng said coldly. Mai Rihua's face instantly turned ugly. He was the chairman of the Yuanhua group, a prominent figure in the northern part of the country. Today, his son had provoked Kai Xian. If he had to pay compensation or something, he would have accepted it. But if he did something as humiliating as kneeling down and being slapped in the face, how would he have the face to meet others in the future if word got out? Moreover, he was afraid of sick Tiger Kai Yu, but it didn't mean that anyone could ride on his neck and shit on him. His expression immediately turned gloomy. "Since you're young Master Kai's friend, I won't fuss over what you said just now. I, Mai Rihua, am not a kitten or puppy who can be beaten and scolded." Mai Rihua's words were quite imposing. But as soon as he finished speaking, Kai Xian immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you be rude to Mr. Li? Are you tired of living?" Out of the 40 strong men behind him, 15 of them stepped forward together. A tang saber appeared in each of their hands, gleaming with a cold light. They were the machete men under Kai Yu. Last time, they followed Kai Xian to the capital to follow Li Changsheng's command. They not only respected Kai Xian, but also Li Changsheng. It's actually the most elite group of machete men under sick Tiger Kai Yu. Mai Rihua's figure trembled. Just now, when he saw the 40 men behind Kai Xian, he didn't think much of it. After all, there were almost 100 people on his side. But if he encountered Kai Yu's machete men, it would be different. "Mai Rihua, Mr. Li is already showing mercy by asking you to slap yourself. If you don't want to do it, I promise that within 7 days, my family and your Yuanhua group will disappear from the world." Hearing Kai Xian's words, Mai Rihua's eyes were full of humiliation. In the end, he lowered his head. He knew that Kai Xian wasn't a playboy, but a famous tiger father and son among the rich second generation. No matter how powerful his Yuanhua group was in the north, he didn't dare to compete with sick Tiger Kai Yu. "Since young Master Kai said so, I, Mai Rihua, accept my fate. I'll kneel down and slap myself. But my Yuanhua group is one of the top 30 forces in the north. Your Kai family is doing this for such a young man. Aren't you afraid of causing panic among other forces? Don't you want to bear the name of a tyrant? The Kai family was the overlord of the North. But at the same time, if they casually forced the head of an aristocratic family to kneel down and apologize, it would inevitably cause other forces to think that if they accidentally offended the Kai family one day, they would also suffer the same humiliation. At that time, all the families would unite to fight against the Kai family, which was definitely not good news for the Kai family. The Kai family has been in charge of the North for many years. We are the most reasonable. Why would we punish you for no reason? Since you asked, I'll let you know why. This is Mr. Lee. If you offend Mr. Lee, even if the Kai family doesn't do anything, do you think you can live past tomorrow? Mr. Lee? My Rihua's face first showed confusion, and then his body suddenly trembled. You mean he's the Mr. Lee who killed the Qin family's father and son, was honored as a guest by the Chu family, and stepped on the whole capital a few days ago? After that, he stared at Li Changsheng. His eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that this ordinary-looking guy in front of him was the Mr. Lee who had caused a sensation in the whole of Huaxia recently. Other than him, who else can make the Kai family bow down? As soon as Kai Shen's voice fell, my Rihua's strength seemed to be drained, and his face showed some bitterness. I accept my fate. After saying that, he knelt on the ground with a plop and slapped himself on the face. Dad, how can you do this? How can you suffer such humiliation? Seeing this scene, my Junchu hurriedly knelt and crawled over. His eyes were red. However, as soon as he crawled over, he was pushed aside by my Rihua. I don't have such an unfilial son like you. Don't call me Dad. If it weren't for you, how could I suffer such humiliation and offend Mr. Lee? Who is he? Not only my Junchu, but his two friends and many people around him also looked puzzled. They couldn't understand. Even though my Rihua was afraid of Kai Xian, he clearly had resentment in his heart. However, after Kai Xian only said the 3 words Mr. Lee, my Rihua seemed to have completely accepted his fate and didn't even have any resentment. He's the Mr. Lee I told you about, the one who stepped on the whole capital. It's actually him. My Junchu sat there with a plop, and there was fear in his eyes. Chapter 504. Li Changsheng got into a business car and was driven by one of Kai Xian's men to the hotel that he had agreed to meet with Ma Yi. When Li Changsheng entered, the hotel room was already full of people. After seeing Li Changsheng, Ma Yi took the initiative to greet him. Beside him were Cao Hui and a few men and women that Li Changsheng did not know. They should be Ma Yi's friends. This is Li Changsheng that I mentioned to everyone. Ma gestured to introduce them to his friends. So you're Li Changsheng. You're a little different from what I imagined. To be able to defeat Luo Sen, I thought that he would at least be muscular since he's big and burly. I didn't expect him to be so thin and weak. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's too weak to stand up to the wind. What is Chinese martial arts? The Real Masters don't show themselves to the public. Several men and women commented on Li Changsheng. Before this, Ma Yi had already told them about Li Changsheng's deeds. Changsheng, we meet again. Cao Hui took the initiative to go forward and shake Li Changsheng's hand. When they met again, his attitude towards Li Changsheng was obviously very different. Ma Yi introduced Li Changsheng's friends to him. Most of them were his high school classmates, and 2 of them were his childhood friends. Obviously, Ma Yi did a good job of maintaining the relationship between friends. It was rare to be able to get together with his high school classmates. Generally, after going to college, many of his classmates would not meet much. The reason why I invited you this time is firstly to apologize to you for what happened at the party that day. Secondly, they want to get to know you. Ma Yi pulled Li Changsheng to sit next to him. Li Changsheng could also see that Ma Yi intended to integrate him into his circle. You're late. You can punish yourself with 3 glasses. Sitting next to Li Changsheng was a man who could barely be considered handsome and tall. According to Ma Yi's introduction, he was on the school basketball team in high school. His name was Yu Xiangfei. Obviously, he had a lively personality. Especially in front of girls, he was quite popular. All right. Although Li Changsheng could see that this guy's so-called punishment of drinking 3 glasses was to deliberately make him drunk, Li Changsheng was indeed late. Moreover, drinking was no different from drinking plain water for Li Changsheng. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the other party's face showed some surprise. He was only joking at first. After all, each of them was holding a big glass, and they were all drinking 52% white wine. 3 glasses was almost half a catty. Straightforward. As expected of a martial artist. I have high hopes for you. It's almost dry. I didn't expect to meet a hero in wine. Everyone cheered. Li Changsheng picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp, causing a round of applause. After drinking 2 more cups, many people gave him a thumbs up. After Li Changsheng sat down, Yu Xiangfei suddenly put his arm around Li Changsheng's shoulder. Bro, you're good. I didn't expect you to have such a huge appetite. It's all right. Li Changsheng smiled. He was a little uncomfortable with the other party's intimate behavior. All right, Changsheng, eat a mouthful of food. Ma Yi said. I heard from Ma Yi that you're a popular person in your school, but you're dressed too plainly. Haven't you thought about dressing up more handsome? Maybe a lot of beauties will fall in love with you. A girl sitting opposite Li Changsheng had been sizing him up since Li Changsheng came in. She was wearing a pair of long glasses and belonged to the cute type. Her figure was also relatively petite. I'm used to being casual. Li Changsheng smiled. He remembered that when Ma Yi introduced her, he said that the girl was called Yuan Jiaojiao, Ma Yi's childhood friend. Do you want to add each other on WeChat? Yuan Jiaojiao seemed to be quite interested in Li Changsheng. Sure. Li Changsheng naturally wouldn't refuse. Ma Yi intended to integrate Li Changsheng into his circle at today's dinner. Li Changsheng naturally wouldn't let Ma Yi down. Why don't we play truth or dare? Ma Yi suggested. During this time, several boys took turns toasting Li Changsheng, intending to see Li Changsheng's alcohol tolerance. Li Changsheng didn't refuse any of them. In about 10 minutes, he had already drunk half a liter of white wine. However, his face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and he looked like nothing had happened. This made the guys who wanted to take turns to drink Li Changsheng a little hesitant. They couldn't drink much, let alone high alcohol content. At first, when Ma Yi saw his friends trying to drink Li Changsheng, he was a little worried that Li Changsheng would drink too much. He was afraid that Li Changsheng would drink too much. His friends liked to kick up a fuss. Sometimes, they didn't have a sense of propriety. At the last gathering of their high school classmates, they drank a friend to the hospital. However, they didn't learn from their mistakes. However, when he saw Li Changsheng's attitude of even if you have an army of thousands of men and horses, I will not refuse, he slightly relaxed. He thought to himself, this Li Changsheng always surprises people. His martial arts are good, his looks are average, but he is favored by beautiful women. He is also very capable. Now, even his alcohol tolerance can completely crush many people. For a person to be this outstanding, his only flaw is that his looks are average. If he is paired with a handsome face, that person's charm will definitely reach the peak. Thinking of this, even Ma Yi was a little jealous. Next, everyone began to play truth or dare. Yu Xiangfei suggested that one of the options for punishment should be kissing. He was immediately kicked by several girls and scolded for being vulgar and so on. In particular, Yuan Jiaojiao sternly refused, putting an end to the idea of taking advantage of the few male beasts. The first to be asked was Yuan Jiaojiao. Ma Yi asked her, if you had to choose one of the men present to be your boyfriend, who would you choose? She looked at Li Changsheng meaningfully and then said, don't worry. If Li Changsheng was a little more handsome, she might chase after him. Of course, if Li Changsheng was a rich second generation, she wouldn't mind having a relationship with Li Changsheng. It was very realistic, but also very true. Someone jeered, don't tell me you've fallen for Li Changsheng. Next, it was Li Changsheng's turn to be asked. A girl directly continued the topic of Yuan Jiaojiao and asked, Li Changsheng, are you a rich second generation? Li Changsheng shook his head. I said I'm a rich first generation, okay? We're playing truth or dare. You can't joke around. The girl protested loudly. On the other hand, Ma Yi looked at Li Changsheng thoughtfully, as if he was thinking about something. Then the game continued. When it was Yu Xiangfei's turn to ask a question, he directly asked a girl if she would mind having a one-night stand with a boy, and then added a boy like him. The girl rolled her eyes at him and said, "Yu Xiangfei, do you have any shame?" In the next few opportunities for Yu Xiangfei to ask questions, he asked similar questions, which made several girls blush and constantly scold him. However, it was obvious that these girls were not really angry. There was also one who took the initiative to flirt with Yu Xiangfei. It was just like the saying, "Women love bad men." Chapter 505. Because of the game, the atmosphere at the table reached a climax. In the end, other than Li Changxing, everyone's face was a bit drunk. At this point, everyone was no longer playing games. Instead, they formed small circles one after another. The girls talked about makeup, beauty, branded bags, and the guys talked about gossip, bragging, and chatting. During this time, Cao Hui took the initiative to toast Li Changxing several times, clearly wanting to make friends with Li Changxing. Yu Xiangfei's face was slightly red from drinking. He reached out and put his hand on Li Changxing's shoulder again, and laughed. "I heard from Ma Yi that you have a good relationship with a few schoolbelles, especially the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Meng. Is that true?" "That's right." Li Changxing nodded his head and pushed the hand on his shoulder to the side without leaving a trace. However, Yu Xiangfei drank a lot, and didn't notice this detail. He continued to ask, "Are you and Chu Meng boyfriend and girlfriend?" Li Changxing shook his head. His relationship with Chu Meng was a bit ambiguous, and it wasn't confirmed yet. "That's good." Yu Xiangfei immediately revealed a happy expression. "Can you introduce the eldest daughter of the Chu family to me? You don't know how to use your resources. The Chu family is one of the most famous families in Qing province. With this brother's methods, as long as you introduce her to me, I guarantee that I'll take her down in 3 days. When this brother becomes the son-in-law of the Chu family, I won't forget about you." Hearing the other party's words, Li Changxing frowned. "I'm afraid Chu Meng doesn't like your type. Brother, it seems that you don't want to introduce her to me, so you're keeping her for yourself. But that's fine. I heard that you know a schoolbelle in the 3rd year of high school. Her family isn't very rich, and her name is Wei. If you want to develop a relationship with the eldest daughter of the Chu family, why don't you give her to me?" At this time, Li Changxing's eyes had gradually turned cold. At that time, this guy spoke without thinking and liked to joke, which was still within the scope of his tolerance. However, the other party had his eyes on his woman. Although there was no substantial action, it still made him very unhappy. What's there to be unhappy about? It's just a woman. If you don't want to, just say that you don't want to. Why are you pulling a long face? Yu Xiangfei said unhappily. Even if you don't introduce her to me, will they really follow you wholeheartedly? Why don't you take a look at yourself? If you introduce her to me, I will thank you for your kindness. Don't let the goodies flow into the fields of others. If you let others wear a green hat, how pitiful will you be? Yu Xiangfei's words were very unpleasant. You better shut your mouth, or else I'll throw you out of the window. Li Changxing suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. His voice was very cold. Because Li Changxing's voice was relatively loud, the other people in the room suddenly stopped talking. Then they cast puzzled looks at the two of them, not knowing what had happened. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Yu Xiangfei was about to get angry. However, when he saw Li Changxing's fierce eyes and thought of what Ma Yi had said about Li Changxing's kung fu, he immediately suppressed his rising anger and muttered, "Isn't it just kung fu? What's so great about it?" Although he said so, he obviously didn't dare to say more. "Ma Yi, thank you for your hospitality, but your friend really makes me lose my appetite. I'll leave first." Li Changxing stood up and patted Ma Yi's shoulder. Then he turned and left directly. "I'll send you off." Ma Yi hurriedly stood up. After sending Li Changxing out of the restaurant and seeing Li Changxing leave in Kai Xian's car, he returned. After returning to the private room, he immediately looked at Yu Xiangfei angrily. "Yu Xiangfei, what's wrong with you? What did you say to Changxing to make him angry?" Hearing Ma Yi's question, Yu Xiangfei just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Nothing. I just chatted with him about some ordinary topics." "Who knew that your friend was so sensitive and got angry?" He can't even joke about it. I don't think he's suitable to join our circle. Hearing Yu Xiangfei's words, the people next to him also echoed. Yeah, it's just a joke. It's not nice to talk to us the first time we meet. It's better not to be friends with such a person. Yeah, Ma Yi. When you started to tell us about him, I was wondering what kind of person he was. I didn't expect him to be so unworldly. It's hard to get along with such a person. It's more tiring to interact with him. Hearing his friend's words, Ma Yi didn't know what to say. This time, it's Li Changsheng's fault. Yu Xiangfei was just joking. Cao Hui also said so. Before Ma Yi's anger could erupt, it was dispelled by everyone's words. He glared at Yu Xiangfei fiercely and said, "That's also your fault. It's not easy for me to invite Changsheng." After saying that, he returned to his seat and sat down, thinking, maybe Changsheng is really not suitable to join my circle. Li Changsheng got into the business car. Kai Xian asked with a smile, "What's wrong, sir? Did those kids make you angry? They talk without thinking. They're just trash." Li Changsheng smiled. "Do you want me to send someone to teach him a lesson?" Kai Xian asked casually. Li Changsheng shook his head. "He's just a nobody. Why bother with him?" He knew that Kai Xian's so-called lesson was very likely to make him bankrupt. Although that fellow's words were very unpleasant, it wasn't to the extent of dealing with him just because of a few words. Li Changsheng still had this bit of magnanimity. "Changsheng, I'll be in Qingju in half an hour. Do you have time? If you do, can you come and pick me up?" His WeChat suddenly rang. It was a message from Yu Yuwei. "Kai Xian, turn around and go to the Qingju bus station immediately." "I'll go and pick up Yu Yuwei," Li Changsheng ordered Kai Xian. Kai Xian nodded and immediately changed the route of the car. "Okay, I'll be there right away." After Li Changsheng replied to Yu Yuwei's message, he put his phone aside. For this kind of thing, as long as Yu Yuwei said a word, Li Changsheng could send someone to pick her up directly from Medicine King Valley, not to mention going to a bus station. However, Yu Yuwei always seemed to be afraid of disturbing Li Changsheng. This kind of cautiousness made Li Changsheng speechless. However, he believed that one day, Yu Yuwei would become a matter of course. When Li Changsheng and Kai Xian arrived at the bus station, Yu Yuwei hadn't arrived yet. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Li Changsheng, who was smoking with Kai Xian, finally saw Yu Yuwei's figure in the crowd. White half-sleeved shirt, white jeans, and white canvas shoes. Her pure face and ponytail bouncing as she walked were so down-to-earth that it made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 506. It was rare to find any accessories on Yu Yuwei, and there wasn't any heavy makeup on her. But even if she didn't have any accessories on her body, she was the most dazzling existence as long as she stood there. Hibiscus from clear water, a natural carving. Changsheng. She hadn't seen Li Changsheng for half a year. The moment she saw Li Changsheng's face, Yu Yuwei called out softly. When Li Changsheng opened his arms, she threw herself into his arms like a dancing butterfly. When the surrounding boys who were secretly sizing up Yu Yuwei saw this goddess-like girl in someone else's arms, especially an extremely ordinary guy, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Like fresh flowers, cow dung, cabbage, and so on, they couldn't help but criticize silently. "Changsheng, I disappeared for half a year. I thought you had forgotten about me." Even though she was Yu Yuwei, she couldn't help feeling a little resentful at this moment. He kissed her gently on the forehead. "It's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance." Li Changsheng gazed at the girl in front of him. When he was with Yu Yuwei, he always felt very comfortable. Holding her waist, he opened the door and sat directly in the car. Yu Yuwei instantly blushed. If there were no outsiders present, she could take some intimate actions in front of Li Changsheng for granted. But now, they were in public at the entrance of the station, especially with Kai Xian next to them. Yu Yuwei's thin skin was a little embarrassed. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sweet feeling in her heart, which made her enjoy the feeling of being cared for. "Sister-in-law, you must not have eaten. I've already asked someone to book a table at Hongguang Hotel." Kai Xian was driving in the front, calling Yu Yuwei sister-in-law, which made her unable to hide her smile. However, Li Changsheng felt helpless and said, Kai Xian, aren't you afraid that your father will beat you up for calling me that? Indeed, Kai Yu was Li Changsheng's younger brother. Logically speaking, Kai Xian should be a generation younger than Li Changsheng. Now that he addressed Yu Yuwei as his sister-in-law, wasn't that equivalent to being in the same generation as his father? Let's talk about it separately. Kai Xian chuckled. Li Changsheng and Yu Yuwei both looked too young. It was really awkward for him to address them as elders. Li Changsheng naturally wouldn't care about such a small matter. He took Yu Yuwei out for a meal. Because Yu Yuwei was tired from the car ride, he sent her home to rest and agreed to go out with her the next day. When he left, he happened to meet Yu Baoguo, who was coming back. Yu Baoguo used to work at a construction site and rode an electric bike. This time, he actually changed to a Passat. After seeing Li Changsheng, Yu Baoguo was especially happy. During the conversation with Li Changsheng learned that the car was given by Yu Jianfeng. Since the birthday banquet of Old Master Yu last time, Yu Baoguo's family status in the entire Yu family had skyrocketed. Especially Yu Jianfeng, who was very good to Yu Yuwei's family. He gave them a house, a car, and even arranged a job for them to get paid. Now Yu Baoguo was a manager in Yu Jianfeng's company. He didn't have to do anything every day and only had to get a monthly salary. Although Yu Baoguo was not very educated, he was not stupid. He knew that all this was because of Li Changsheng. Returning to the villa with Kai Xian, Li Changsheng specially helped Kai Xian organize a set of fighting skills according to the martial arts he had learned. He also helped the 15 machete men who went to the capital with Kai Xian and listened to Li Changsheng's command to improve their machete skills. It was also a reward for what they had done in the capital. The next day, Li Changsheng went to pick up Yu Yuwei. Originally, Yu Yuwei and Li Changsheng planned to spend some time together. However, when they heard that Yu Yuwei was back, several of her friends came to find her. In the end, they simply gathered together and went to the hot spring in the North Mountain. Bai Chang, Seng Pan, Wang Nan, and Jiang Yuanbao, who went to take the driving test with Yu Yuwei last time, also came with them. After seeing Li Changsheng's power at the driving school last time, Seng Pan and the others were unusually polite when they saw Li Changsheng. Although it was the first time that the others had seen Li Changsheng, they had heard of Li Changsheng's deeds. Therefore, Li Changsheng, who usually kept a low profile wherever he went, became the backbone of the group this time. Kai Xian got 3 commercial cars and the few of them went to the North Mountain in a grandiose manner. The North Mountain was a famous hot spring villa in Qingju. It was also a very famous tourist attraction. Many tourists came to visit all year round. There were several hot springs from the bottom of the North Mountain to the top of the mountain, but the most famous one was the one at the top of the mountain. When Li Changsheng and the others arrived, the parking lot was already full of cars. Because it was summer vacation now, there were many people who brought their children here to play. Afraid that they could not book a hotel in advance, Li Changsheng directly asked Kai Xian to rent a villa. Together with Yu Yuwei's classmates and friends, there were a total of 10 people. The entire villa had a total of 9 rooms. Seng Pan, Bai Chang, Wang Nan, and Jiang Yuanbao stayed in one room, so there was an empty room. Originally, Yu Yuwei wanted to squeeze in a room with a female classmate of hers, but the female classmate refused, saying that she was used to living alone in a room. Therefore, when Li Changsheng put Yu Yuwei's suitcase in his room, Yu Yuwei's face turned completely red as she looked at the mischievous smiles of the people around her. The villa was expensive, but the environment was very elegant. The Chinese-style mahogany sofa spontaneously gave off a bookish fragrance. Those who could rent a villa were definitely rich people. For this reason, the manager of the hot spring villa specially came over to greet them. Because there were many people, they took their time along the way. By the time they gathered in the hall, it was almost 12 o'clock. It was time to eat. Hearing that Li Changsheng and the others were going to eat, the manager hurriedly introduced, "Our hot spring villa hotel has many special dishes, which are divided into 2 parts, Chinese food and Western food. The Chinese food is divided into 3 restaurants, each with different specialties. In the past, the State Banquet Restaurant had the most people, but today, the entire floor of the State Banquet Restaurant has been booked, so we can only choose to eat on the other floors. Speaking of this, The manager was a little emotional. It was not a small sum to book an entire floor of the restaurant. Okay, I got it. Li Changsheng nodded. He did not have many requirements for eating. Changsheng, you guys go first. I'll be there later. Yu Yuwei and Bai Chang were chatting there just now. Obviously, there was something going on. Don't you want to go together? Li Changsheng glanced at the two of them. I'm here for business. Yu Yuwei said in a low voice with a red face. Li Changsheng immediately understood and nodded. Okay, I'll go and order first. However, the hotel was only a few hundred meters away from where they lived. The group of people left the villa and soon arrived. Kai Xian was more popular with girls because he was handsome and looked elegant. There was a pure girl who intentionally or unintentionally went over to gossip with Kai Xian. Unfortunately, Kai Xian did not seem to have much feelings for her. Yu Youwei's classmates came from ordinary families. Therefore, when Li Changsheng and the others sat down in a corner of the restaurant and ordered a table of dishes, everyone was a little shocked. A few girls began to guess what family Li Changsheng was from. He looked like a nouveau riche. Chapter 507. It took more than 10 minutes for Yu Yuwei and Bai Chang to arrive at the restaurant. By the way, which floor did Changsheng say they were going to eat on? Yu Yuwei said. Then he remembered that he was busy whispering to Bai Chang that he did not hear which floor Li Changsheng was going to eat on. The first to third floors are for Chinese food, and the fourth to sixth floors are for Western food. They should not eat Western food, so they must be on the first to third floors. Bai Chang began to use the elimination method. But which floor are the first to the third floor? Should we give Changsheng a call? Yu Yuwei was about to take out his mobile phone. I don't think so. The third floor is the State Banquet Restaurant. It is said that it is the best restaurant here. They should be on the third floor. Without any explanation, Bai Chang pulled Yu Yuwei into the elevator. At the moment, a small banquet was being held in the State Banquet Hall on the third floor. Zhong Yong, the general manager of Feiyang Entertainment, a famous film and television company in the entertainment circle, was holding a birthday party here. Zhong Yong's father was a famous big boss in the entertainment circle. Although he was only 28 years old, he invested in Feiyang Entertainment, which had more than a dozen A-list stars and dozens of B-list stars. He had a high status in the entertainment circle. He was also a famous playboy. After all, there were many stars who wanted to use him to get to the top. At this time, Zhong Yong had just finished blowing the birthday cake. It was a lively time. He and several friends were chatting with wine glasses. Young Master Zhong, I heard that you came to Qingju with my Jun Chu from Yuan Hua Group. Why didn't I see my Jun Chu today? A rich second generation from Qingju next to him asked with some doubts. Yuan Hua Logistics was a famous company in the north. Mai Jun Chu, the young master, was also a leader in the circle. The reason why Zhongyang's family was doing well in the entertainment circle was largely because of the support of Yuan Hua Group's My Family. It is said that Zhongyang's father was Mai Jun Chu's driver before he became rich. Someone next to him said, Mai Jun Chu. Zhongyang could not help but sigh. Mai Jun Chu collided with someone on the road yesterday. There was a little conflict. Now he is lying in the hospital. Speaking of this, Zhongyang could not help but sigh. Mai Junchu has so much influence in the north. I didn't expect that he would be defeated in a small ditch in Qingju. Looks like this car accident is pretty serious. Someone lamented. Why don't we go visit young Master Mai together? Someone suggested. Immediately, a bunch of voices echoed from the side. This was a good opportunity to get to know young Master Mai. Young Master Mai doesn't want to meet anyone. Zhongyong shook his head. If he was in a car accident, it wouldn't be a problem for you to visit him. But this time, young Master Mai was hospitalized because he was beaten up after the accident. Even I was rejected by him. You were beaten up? Who would dare to hit young Master Mai? Hearing this news, an uproar broke out among the crowd. He's someone we can't afford to offend. Even young Master Mai can't afford to offend him. Zhongyong did not want to talk too much about this topic, so he quickly changed the topic. Young Master Jiang, you're a local of Qingju. Other than this hot spring villa, Where else can you find fun? Introduce me to some places. Also, I haven't touched a girl for quite some time. You know what I mean. Zhong Yong looked at the young man beside him. If Li Changsheng was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was Jiang Yetai, Chu Meng's suitor. In addition, Yu Xiangfei, Yuan Jiaojiao, and a few of Ma Yi's friends were also there. But obviously, they were not qualified with their status. They could only stand on the periphery, unlike Jiang Yetai who could stand beside Zhong Yong. Young Master Zhong, don't worry. Since you're in Qingju, I'll definitely arrange everything for you. Jiang Yetai smiled, and there was a subtle flattery in his eyes. He was also a famous figure in the circle of rich second generation in Qingju. But compared to people like Zhong Yong, there was still a big gap. By Chang, we seem to have gone to the wrong place. This third floor seems to have been booked. When Bai Chang and Yu Yuwei walked into the hall of the third floor, they finally realized that something was wrong. I told you to call Changsheng first. But you insisted on dragging me up. Let's leave quickly. When the two of them were about to turn around, they heard a voice. Wait a minute, two beauties. Are you also here to attend my birthday party? Zhong Yong just raised his head and saw Yu Yuwei and Bai Chang who had just barged in. Especially Yu Yuwei, with a face that could captivate birds and beasts. As the boss of an entertainment company, he did not know how many celebrities he had slept with. At this moment, when he saw Yu Yuwei for the first time, he felt a rush of excitement. Sorry, we went to the wrong place. When Yu Yuwei saw Zhong Yong walking towards them, she hurriedly pulled Bai Chang away. Wait a minute. Since we went to the wrong place, it's fate. Why don't we sit down and have a drink? As Zhong Yong quickened his pace, he reached out and grabbed Yu Yuwei's wrist. Sorry, I can't drink. And I don't like to make friends with strangers. Please let me go. Yu Yuwei wanted to break free from his hand, but he held on tightly. She shook a few times but could not get rid of his hand. Suddenly, her face became slightly gloomy. Please let me go. I still have something to do. Don't be angry, beauty. I'm the general manager of Feiyang Entertainment. Many celebrities were groomed by me. I see that you are so beautiful and have the potential to be an actress. Why don't we sit down and have an in-depth conversation? This was Zhong Yang's usual trick. Nowadays, many girls wanted to be celebrities. Many students who had just graduated from college were easily tricked by him with this reason. I don't want to be an actress, and I don't want to know you. Please let me go. Yu Yuwei's eyes were already filled with anger. It's your honor to be invited by young Master Zhong. Why don't you appreciate it? At this time, many people behind them surrounded them. Yes, to be chosen by young Master Zhong, you can easily become a big star. Little girl, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Someone persuaded from the side, obviously with some bad intentions. These people were all experts in this field. This kind of pimping was not uncommon. When Jiang Yetai saw Zhong Yang's expression, he immediately understood something and said, "This is young Master Zhong's birthday party. You two rashly broke in and affected the progress of the party. It's better to accompany young Master Zhong for a drink. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to leave." The threat in his words was very strong. Let me go quickly. My boyfriend is downstairs. Otherwise, his temper will not be good. Yu Yuwei's wrist hurt because of Zhong Yang's grip. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Your boyfriend is nothing. Young Master Zhong invited you to drink because he is giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Jiang Yetai said coldly. Chapter 508. You're trying to kidnap a civilian girl in broad daylight? The door of the hall was pushed open and a faint voice sounded. Li Changsheng, Kai Xian, and the others walked in. After waiting for more than 20 minutes on the second floor, Yu Yuwei did not appear. Li Changsheng guessed that she must have gone to the wrong place. Sure enough, when he reached the third floor, he heard someone bullying Yu Yuwei. Why is it him? Among the crowd, Yu Xiangfei and the others were surprised when they saw Li Changsheng. This was especially true for Jiang Yetai, who was Li Changsheng's enemy. His eyes blazed with hatred, and his expression became abnormal. Why? Does young Master Jiang know him? Zhong Yong saw Jiang Yatai's expression and asked doubtfully. If it was Jiang Yatai's friend, it was not easy for him to do it. Just an enemy. Jiang Yatai said coldly. Changsheng, you're here. Yu Yuwei took advantage of the moment when Zhong Yong was stunned. She finally broke free from his hand and ran to Li Changsheng's side. It seems that you are her boyfriend. Just now she accidentally broke into my birthday party. I wanted to invite her to have a drink based on the principle of being a guest. Who knew she would react so violently? Zhong Yong returned to his well-dressed appearance and said with a smile. He was indeed unreasonable just now because of his lust. Why don't you all sit down and have a drink? It's fate to meet. Zhong Yong looked generous, but he began to make small calculations in his heart. If it were not for the previous incident, they would really think that he was a modest gentleman. There's no need for a drink. You hurt my girlfriend's wrist just now. Slap yourself twice as an apology to my girlfriend. Li Changsheng said coldly. What did you say? Zhong Yong suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his opinion, he had given enough face to the other party by being so polite, but the other party actually asked him to slap himself. Was there a mistake? The others also had a look of disbelief. On the other hand, Jiang Yatai's eyes were filled with excitement. Originally, when Zhong Yong asked Li Changsheng and the others to sit down and have a drink, Jiang Yatai felt a little regretful that the two sides could not have a conflict. He never thought that Li Changsheng would be so arrogant. Friend, do you know who I am? The smile on Zhong Yong's face froze, and his eyes turned cold. I don't care who you are. Since you provoked my girlfriend, I'm only asking you to slap yourself twice. That's already merciful enough. If you don't do as I say, do you believe that I will cripple you? Li Changsheng spoke again. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped slightly. This is too arrogant. Jiang Yatai, who was standing beside Li Changsheng, was even more delighted. He could not wait for Li Changsheng to get even crazier. The more Li Changsheng offends Zhong Yong, the harder it would be for Zhong Yong to clean up the mess. On the other side, Yuan Jiaojiao, Yu Xiangfei, and the others were a little dumbfounded. They did not expect Ma Yi's friend to be so bold that he did not lose the limelight in the face of young Master Zhong's power. A man next to him sighed, he's got guts, but young Master Zhong is not that easy to offend. When young Master Zhong gets angry later, he will suffer. Yu Xiangfei's face was full of expectation. That day, Li Changsheng did not give him face, which made him quite angry, so he wanted to see the scene of Li Changsheng being taught a lesson by Zhong Yong. This Li Changsheng is Ma Yi's friend. Do you think we should go and talk to him? Otherwise, when young Master Zhong gets angry later, he will definitely be taught a lesson. Yuan Jiaojiao had a good impression of Li Changsheng that day, so she suggested at this moment. I think we'd better not get involved in this matter. He is just Ma Yi's friend and has nothing to do with us. Moreover, young Master Zhong has a bad temper. If we fail to catch the fox, we will get into trouble instead. It won't be good if young Master Zhong holds a grudge against us. The people next to him immediately objected. But are we just going to watch him be taught a lesson for offending young Master Zhong? Yuan Jiaojiao's eyes were somewhat unbearable. However, when she saw the indifferent faces of the people next to her, she finally sighed and stopped talking. Although she had a good impression of Li Changsheng, it was just that. It was not to the point that she would offend young Master Zhong for Li Changsheng. At this moment, among the guests in the hall, a middle-aged man with a hawk nose and half-bald head came out. He wore a gold watch on his wrist and a suit, but he gave people a strange feeling. Behind him, there were two subordinates with extraordinary momentum. They strode towards Li Changsheng's position. Young Master Zhong is my guest in Qingju. Who do you think you are? How dare you make young Master Zhong slap himself? When the bald man appeared, even Zhong Yang's face showed respect. Boss Liu, you came to my birthday party. I'm sorry to disturb you with such a small matter. Zhong Yang's attitude towards Boss Liu was very polite. He is Liu Yuting, Boss Liu. The faces of Seng Pan and the others behind Li Changsheng suddenly changed. They were all born and raised in Qingju. Naturally, they knew Liu Yuting's name. Originally, he was just a gangster in Qingju. Later, because he dared to fight and kill, he quickly rose up in the most chaotic era of Qingju. Later, he followed the most powerful person in Qingju, Qin Hao. After Qin Hao collapsed a year ago, he quickly rose up and took over most of Qin Hao's territory. Now, he was second only to the Chu family in Qingju. Boy, it is your blessing that young Master Zhong likes your girlfriend. Now, let your girlfriend stay with young Master Zhong. Then, we will let bygones be bygones. Liu Yuting's eyes swept over Yu Yuwei, who was standing beside Li Changsheng. A trace of undetectable greed flashed in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Li Changsheng. As far as he was concerned, Li Changsheng was just a reckless brat who didn't know what was good for him. Changsheng quickly bowed down and apologized to him. See if he will let Yu Yuwei go. This Liu Yuting is not to be trifled with. Seng Pan whispered behind him. Yes, Changsheng, you were too reckless just now. If you had spoken nicely from the beginning, you would not have caused such a big trouble. Jiang Yuanbao also whispered. You even dare to have ideas about my woman. It seems that after not returning to Qingju for half a year, people have forgotten my name. Just when everyone thought that Li Changsheng would kneel down and beg for young Master Zhong's forgiveness, they heard Li Changsheng speak coldly. Boy, what do you mean by that? Liu Yuting originally wanted to show off his strength in front of Zhong Yong. However, he did not expect Li Changsheng to dare to provoke him in public. Suddenly, his face turned cold. On the other side, Yuan Jiaojiao and the others were also shocked. They knew Liu Yuting's temper. This person was ruthless and could do anything. Li Changsheng dared to offend him in public. This was tantamount to courting death. Seng Pan and the others were so scared that their hearts were thumping. Jiang Yatai sneered. Chapter 509. Liu Baldi was stunned by Li Changsheng's words, but soon a sneer appeared on his face. This plain-looking guy actually dared to threaten him. He was simply courting death. Behind Li Changsheng, Zeng Pan, Jiang Yuanbao, and the others were already pale with fright. As for the girls, they could not stand still and their bodies were constantly trembling. Kai Xian's face was indifferent and his eyes were full of cold light. He was like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity. As long as Li Changsheng said a word, he would immediately rush out. The scene fell into a short silence, like the calm before the storm. Yu Yuwei stood quietly beside Li Changsheng, without the slightest worry on her face. In her heart, as long as Li Changsheng was there, even if the sky fell, she would not be afraid. Most of the people present had a playful expression on their faces. They were curious about the young man's ultimate fate. Jiang Yatai, who was standing next to Zhong Yong, shouted to Li Changsheng, since you know Chu Meng, quickly kowtow and apologize to young Master Zhong and Boss Liu. Let your girlfriend stay and drink with young Master Zhong, then I will ask young Master Zhong to forgive you. Jiang Yatai's words seemed to be helping Li Changsheng, but in fact, he wanted to embarrass Li Changsheng. If Li Changsheng knelt down, he would lose face. As for whether he would really intercede with Zhong Yong, it was impossible. He could not wait for Li Changsheng to be severely punished. Because of Liu Baldi's presence, Zhong Yong felt that the overall situation was under control. He walked to Li Changsheng with a gloomy face, pointed at his chest with his finger, and looked at Li Changsheng condescendingly. Boy, do you understand young Master Jiang's words? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow? The next moment, Li Changsheng suddenly puffed out his chest and took a step forward. Zhong Yong, who was about to touch his body, was knocked off balance by Li Changsheng's movement. He took 2 steps back before he could stop. Zhong Yong's face showed anger. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, Li Changsheng would actually make such a provocative move? This time, Zhong Yong did not have to say anything. Baldi Liu had already signaled his subordinates to step forward. The 1.8-meter tall man reached out and pushed Li Changsheng. However, to his disappointment, he pushed Li Changsheng with all his might, but Li Changsheng did not budge at all. It seems that you still have some strength left in you. In front of so many people, Baldi Liu felt a little embarrassed. He took out a dagger from his pocket and gestured a few times. Then, he hooked his finger at Li Changsheng. Kid, come to me. Li Changsheng didn't say anything. He obediently walked in front of Baldy Liu. The surrounding people watched quietly. From their point of view, Li Changsheng walked over obediently because he was afraid. Young Master Zhong, it's up to you how to deal with him. Baldy Liu was a wily old fox. Just now, Zhong Yong was pushed back by Li Changsheng. He was holding back a burst of anger in his heart. He knew that this was the time for Zhong Yong to show off. Zhong Yong nodded and walked in front of Li Changsheng with a cold face. He patted Li Changsheng's cheek with his hand and said, "Kid, I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Weren't you very arrogant just now? You even dared to bump into me. If you have the guts, do it again." As he said that, he laughed loudly. "Just now, you said that others had forgotten your identity. What is your identity? Tell me and let me hear it." As he said that, he pulled a chair from the side and sat down. His body, which had been hollowed out by wine and women, could not stand standing for too long. Yuan Jiaojiao, who was next to him, wanted to say a few words for Li Changsheng. However, when she saw Zhong Yang's angry face, she finally gave up the idea. Baldy Liu, who thought that he had the overall situation under control, suddenly inserted the dagger in his hand on the table. He stared at Li Changsheng and shouted, "Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to young Master Zhong. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't stab a few holes in your body?" Baldy Liu said fiercely, making many people shrink their necks. "Oh!" Li Changsheng responded softly. The surrounding people could not help but show contempt in their eyes. This guy pretended to have a backbone at the beginning. I didn't expect him to become a coward when Boss Liu got angry. Yuan Jiaojiao shook her head and was very disappointed. At first, she still had a good impression of Li Changsheng. However, since Li Changsheng was so tough at the beginning, and now he suddenly became soft, it made her feel a little disgusted. Pretentious. I thought he was very powerful. Bai Chang and others were also lamenting in their hearts. At the same time, they were thinking about how to retreat. At this time, Li Changsheng, who everyone thought was going to kneel down and kowtow, suddenly raised his head. His face showed a bit of fierceness. He lifted his foot and kicked Zhong Yong, who was sitting on the stool, in the chest. Boom! Zhong Yong, who was unprepared, fell to the ground with the chair. Baldy Liu, who was next to him, was worthy of being a person who had been in the underworld for a long time. He immediately reacted and pulled out the dagger on the table to rush up. However, Li Changsheng grabbed a stool next to him and threw it at him. Baldy Liu was directly hit by the stool and took a few steps back. Two of Baldy Liu's subordinates also rushed up, but they could not get close to Li Changsheng. Zhong Yong, who staggered from the ground, roared, "Kill him for me." Some of Zhong Yang's friends also joined the battle. A guy with a bottle quietly went behind Li Changsheng and wanted to hit the back of Li Changsheng's head. "Changsheng, be careful," Yu Yuwei loudly reminded. However, Li Changsheng did not even turn his head. He directly kicked the guy's heart with a dragon tail swing. With a bang, the other party was sent flying back more than 3 meters. The scene was completely chaotic. In general, Li Changsheng was fighting against several people, but he was not at a disadvantage. His attacks were very efficient. However, the people in the field were not optimistic about Li Changsheng. After all, this was Zhong Yang's territory. More and more people joined the battle. After dealing with another rich second generation who joined the battle, Li Changsheng rushed to Zhong Yang's side. He grabbed his hair and pulled him to the ground. At this time, Baldy Liu finally rushed up with a dagger in his hand. He was about to stab Li Changsheng. However, before he could do anything, a cold, pitch-black pistol was pressed against his temple. It was the most common Type 54 pistol. The anger in Baldy Liu's heart was poured from head to toe by a basin of cold water. The cold texture reminded him that this gun was definitely not a toy. Kai Xian, with a cold face, said with a smile, "I haven't played with a gun for a long time. I wonder if I can shoot accurately." Baldy Liu, who was all-powerful in Qingju, wanted to cry but had no tears. His heart was full of helplessness. The gun was pointed at his head. Did he still need to aim? Chapter 510. The panicked atmosphere in the hall quieted down as Kai Xian pressed the gun against Baldy Liu's head. The deterrent force of a gun was incomparable to other weapons. Li Changsheng also loosened his grip on Zhongyang's hair and turned around to face Baldy Liu, who was standing there motionless. Li Changsheng grabbed the bottle on the table and smashed it on Baldy Liu's head without hesitation. Crack! With a crisp sound, glass shards mixed with wine spread down from his bald head. Blood instantly covered his cheeks. Baldy Liu did not dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, the gun against his head would accidentally fire. What did you say just now? You want me to kneel down and kowtow to you, right? Li Changsheng smiled and kicked Baldy Liu's leg. With a crack, Baldy Liu knelt on the ground and his legs bent in a strange posture. He finally could not help but scream. Ah! He covered his thighs with both hands and helplessly sucked in cold air. His head was covered with cold sweat. Zhongyang, who finally got up from the ground, was so scared that his teeth chattered when he saw the scene. He fled into the crowd in a panic. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, shaking the floor. The sound echoed in the hall, making people's ears ring. Zhongyang, who just got up and took a step, was so scared that he stopped moving after the gunshot. His body was stiff as if he had been paralyzed. At this time, Kai Xian walked over. He pressed the smoking muzzle against Zhongyang's head and asked Li Changsheng, "Sir, how should we deal with him?" At this moment, everyone in the hall was completely dumbfounded. Zhongyang, who had a gun against his head, was trembling. "Humph! I don't believe you dare to kill." At this time, Jiang Yatai stood up and said loudly. Everyone in the hall was stunned at first, and then they reacted. Yes, no matter how brutal Kai Xian and Li Changsheng were, beating someone up and killing someone were two completely different concepts. Let alone Zhongyang, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, even if it were a commoner with no background or a beggar on the streets, the consequences would still be unbearable. "Do you also think that I won't dare to kill you?" Kai Xian's muzzle moved down and finally pressed against Zhongyang's mouth. Zhongyang had just fired a shot, so the muzzle of the gun was still a little hot. Zhongyang let out a whimper as he was scalded. However, he held it in and did not dare to move. "Mr. Li, what do you think?" Kai Xian asked Li Changsheng for instructions. Ordinary people didn't dare to kill, but for Kai Xian, as long as Li Changsheng gave the order, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. At this time, Li Changsheng walked in front of Kai Xian and reached out to take the gun from him. Zhongyang heaved a sigh of relief when the gun in his mouth was taken away. Then, he saw Li Changsheng raise his hand and shoot him in the thigh. Bang! The sudden movement shocked everyone in the field. Zhongyang even fell to the ground and let out a scream. Ah! But soon he found that there was no pain in his thigh. The bullet just pierced his inner thigh and hit the floor. "I'm really sorry. My hand just shook and I missed." Li Changsheng grinned at Zhongyang and raised the gun again. Zhongyang knew that Li Changsheng did it on purpose, but he was completely scared out of his wits. This time, Li Changsheng didn't need to do anything. He directly knelt in front of Li Changsheng. "Sir, I was wrong. Please let me go." His psychological defense had completely collapsed. "You want me to let you go? You wish." Li Changsheng snorted and raised the gun again. Bang! The bullet hit his knee and blood splattered. The next moment, Zhongyang screamed, covering his leg and rolling on the ground. When Li Changsheng shifted his gaze to Jiang Yatai was already standing there in a daze. Without waiting for Li Changsheng to speak, he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness loudly. "Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please let me go." Indeed, Li Changsheng did not hesitate to shoot at Zhongyang, and Jiang Yatai was at most a small follower of Zhongyang. If Li Changsheng dared to shoot at Zhongyang, he naturally dared to shoot at him. What a waste! Li Changsheng did not do anything to him, but returned the gun to Kai Xian. He turned and walked out of the hall holding Yu Youwei's hand. It was not until Li Changsheng left the hall for a long time that Seng Pan and others reacted and hurriedly followed behind. At this time, in the restaurant on the second floor, the dishes they ordered were all served. However, because of the incident on the third floor, everyone was frightened and had no appetite at the moment. However, Kai Xian and Li Changsheng, the two parties involved, did not seem to care about what happened just now. That Zhong Yong is said to be the son of a big shot in the entertainment industry. Changxing, let's stop playing and leave quickly, Seng Pan said with a worried face. The others also nodded. Although Li Changxing and Kai Xian looked very fierce, especially Kai Xian who carried a gun with him, indicating that his background was not ordinary, in their view, Zhong Yong was not to be trifled with. It's okay. Li Changxing smiled. After dinner, let's go to the hot spring. At this moment, Zhong Yong had already been carried to the hospital. Jiang Yatai, who got up from the ground with a humiliated face, looked in the direction where Li Changxing and others left with resentment in his eyes. Young Master Jiang, who are these people? Are we just going to tolerate this? A rich second generation next to him, who did not dare to speak when Li Changxing was there just now, spoke angrily at this moment. Of course we can't tolerate it. But if he can carry a gun with him, I'm afraid his background is not ordinary. He is not to be trifled with. Then what should we do? Another rich second generation said. They were all in the same circle. Zhong Yong was the leader of the circle. Now that Zhong Yong was beaten and hospitalized, so many people did not even dare to say a word. If this spread out, they would have no face in the future. Have you forgotten who young Master Zhong accompanied to Qingju this time? Jiang Yatai sneered. You mean my Junchu from Yuanhua Logistics, young Master Mai? But young Master Mai is in the hospital now. It's okay. Although he is in the hospital, young Master Mai still has a lot of connections. As long as young Master Mai says a word and sends some people, that Li Changxing can be destroyed in minutes. Jiang Yatai said with resentment. It makes sense. The people next to him showed joy on their faces. Not far away, Yuan Jiaojiao heard all this and showed some hesitation in her eyes. Should I tell Li Changxing to avoid it in advance? Chapter 511. When they left the restaurant, Bai Chang, Seng Pan, and the others looked worried. They went to the hot spring together, but except for Li Changxing and Kai Xian, a few of them had a good time, the others were still frowning. When they returned to the villa after the hot spring, Li Changxing and the others realized that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiang Yatai and the others lived in the villa next to theirs. Looking from the window, they could see that there were people talking on the phone. People came and went, and the atmosphere was a little tense. They must have called for help. Seng Pan said with some worry. Why don't we retreat? If they call for help, it will be difficult for us to leave. Seng Pan's words were supported by many people. Yes. A strong dragon cannot defeat a snake in its old haunts, not to mention Zhong Yong is a dragon. What dragon? I think he is at most an earthworm. Li Changxing laughed. Don't worry, everyone. Don't worry. It's just Zhong Yong. He's nothing. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Seng Pan and the others still shook their heads. Looking at their restlessness, Li Changxing could not help but sigh. I will definitely not leave. If you are afraid, go down the mountain first. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Seng Pan and the others felt relieved as if they had heard an imperial edict. Then we will go first. Saying that, he looked at Jiang Yuanbao and the others. Who wants to go down the mountain with me? After saying that, everyone walked out, leaving only Kai Xian, Yu Yuwei, and Li Changxing. Jiang Yuanbao looked at Li Changxing and said, Changxing, then we will go. Take care of yourselves. After saying that, they walked out of the villa. Kai Xian specially sent a driver to take them down the mountain. In the business car, Bai Chang looked back at the villa and said, Is it too disloyal for us to leave like this? What if Li Changxing and the others are retaliated against? Hearing Bai Chang's words, Seng Pan shook his head and said, But what can we do? That Li Changxing is so arrogant that he won't follow us down the mountain. He can't expect us to stay here and wait for death with him. I hope they're all right. In the end, Bai Chang sighed. After Bai Chang and the others left, the villa, which was originally bustling with noise and excitement, suddenly became empty. Sitting on the sofa, Yu Yuwei was helping Li Changxing peel oranges while Kai Xian was practicing his boxing skills. Li Changxing had tailor-made a set of martial arts for him. In the past few days, he had almost been possessed by the devil. Whenever he had some free time, he would practice martial arts. Ding-ling-ling, the doorbell suddenly rang. Yu Yuwei went to open the door and saw Yuan Jiaojiao standing there. "Come in," Yu Yuwei said politely. Unexpectedly, Yuan Jiaojiao shook her head and pointed at Li Changsheng, who was sitting on the sofa. "Can you ask Changsheng to come out for a while? I have something to tell him." "Okay." Yu Yuwei looked at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng stuffed the half of the orange in his hand into his mouth, put on his slippers and walked to the door of the villa. "What's the matter? Why don't we talk inside?" "No." Yuan Jiaojiao shook her head. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Li Changsheng, you should leave quickly. You hit Zhongyong. They have invited helpers and will be on the mountain soon. I heard that the other party's strength is not ordinary. It should not be too late for you to leave now." Hearing Yuan Jiaojiao's words, Li Changsheng shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Since I dared to hit Zhongyong, I'm not afraid that he will find someone to take revenge." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Yuan Jiaojiao's eyes showed some disappointment and she sighed. "I've already conveyed your message. Since you're determined not to leave, then don't regret it." After that, she turned and left directly. "Don't you want to come in and sit for a while?" Li Changsheng said politely. But Yuan Jiaojiao did not look back at all. At this time, the villa next door was full of people. Most of the people who came to the banquet did not leave. They all knew that something big would happen in the evening. After Yuan Jiaojiao returned to the villa, Yu Xiangfei asked, "You went to inform Li Changsheng?" "Yes." Yuan Jiaojiao nodded with a blank expression. "He is Ma Yi's friend. I can't just sit back and do nothing, right?" "What did he say?" "He refused to leave." Yuan Jiaojiao snorted coldly. When she thought of Li Changsheng, who did not appreciate her kindness in informing him, she was angry. "Hey, I think he can't recognize himself at all. If he doesn't leave now, it will be too late to leave later." Yu Xiangfei's tone was full of gloating. At this time, a row of black Mercedes-Benz cars stopped at the door of the villa, and then a middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked in. Behind him were more than 30 men with great momentum. As he walked into the villa, the already crowded villa became even more crowded. Jiang Yitai and several rich second generations hurried to greet him. "I'm here on young Master Mai's order. I heard that young Master Zhong was beaten up." The middle-aged man sat down on the sofa. The rich second generations who were sitting on the sofa hurriedly stood up and stood aside. "Yes, that guy has a gun in his hand. He shot young Master Zhong's leg and broke the leg of Qingzhou's local bully, Baldy Liu." Jiang Yitai was the one with the highest status in the scene, but he still looked cautious in front of the middle-aged man. "Where is the other party? I'd like to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms and still plays with guns. If I give him my head, will he dare to shoot?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "He is in the villa next door and has not left." Jiang Yitai had sent people to secretly monitor Li Changsheng and the others. When he saw Bai Chang and the others leave, he thought Li Changsheng and the others were going to run away. However, when he saw that Li Changsheng and Kai Xian did not come out, he was relieved. "It seems that he has guts." The middle-aged man pointed to a rich second generation in the crowd. "You go and call them. Tell them that Master Xue wants to see him." "Yes." The rich second generation hurriedly nodded. When the middle-aged man's words fell, many people in the field were surprised. Mai Rihua, the founder of Yuanhua Group, had an extremely fierce general with the surname Xue, who specialized in dealing with some shady things for Yuanhua Group. "Are you Master Xue Gang?" Jiang Yitai asked cautiously. "Yes, I am." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I've heard a lot about Master Xue." Jiang Yitai's face suddenly showed joy. Xue Gang's name was famous in their circle. There were many stories about him and it was very legendary. Originally, he was afraid that the people sent by Yuanhua Logistics were not enough to suppress Li Changsheng and the others. But when he learned Xue Gang's identity, he was relieved. Chapter 512. Li Changsheng was lying on the sofa watching TV while Yu Yuwei gently massaged his thigh. Just then, there was the sound of someone kicking the door of the villa. Bang! 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 He used a lot of strength. Sitting in the living room, it was deafening. Li Changsheng gestured to Kai Xian, who was practicing. He stopped, walked to the door, and opened it with a gloomy face. A second-generation rich kid walked in with an arrogant face and looked down at Li Changsheng condescendingly. "Mr. Li, Master Shui wants to see you. Come with me." After witnessing Li Changsheng's performance in the restaurant, the rich second-generation heir was a little afraid of Li Changsheng. However, when he thought of Master Shui's power, Li Changsheng was nothing. "Who is Master Shui? He's not worthy of me seeing him. Go back and tell him that I'm not free." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, his gaze returned to the screen where the drama was playing. This caused the aggressive rich second generation to be stunned. He originally thought that after Li Changsheng heard the name of Shui Yi, even if he wasn't scared out of his wits, he would at least be polite to him. Who would have thought that Li Changsheng would have such an attitude? He didn't care about Master Shui at all. "Mr. Li, I'm warning you. Master Shui has a bad temper. Master Shui is the top general of Yuanhua Logistics Chairman, Mai Rihua." The rich second-generation heir wanted to say something but was interrupted by Li Changsheng. "Kai Xian, teach him a lesson." With that, Kai Xian walked up to the rich second-generation heir and reached out to grab his collar. The originally arrogant rich second-generation heir immediately panicked. What do you want to do? I'm representing Master Shui." Slap. Slap. 2 crisp slaps landed on his face, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words back into his stomach. "Master Shui, bullsh *t. How can a lackey like him be worthy of my master seeing him? Even his master, Mai Rihua, doesn't dare to act rashly in front of my master." Kai Xian snorted. He looked at Li Changsheng. "Sir, what should we do with this guy?" At this moment, the rich second generation was trembling in fear. He knew that he had made a mistake by relying on Shui Gang's name to intimidate others. The 2 vicious men before him clearly didn't put Shui Gang in their eyes. "He's just an ant. Make him scram." Li Changsheng casually waved his hand. Kai Xian then let go of the rich second generation's collar and said coldly, "Go back and tell Shui that if he doesn't want to lie in the hospital like his young master, he should come and apologize to Mr. Li within 10 minutes. Hearing Kai Xian's words, the rich second-generation heir was dumbfounded. Asking the dignified Shui Yi to apologize to them, this tone was definitely arrogant enough. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he hurriedly nodded and ran out of the villa in a sorry state. At this moment, Shui Gang was sitting on the sofa with a banana in his hand. Next to him, Jiang Yatai was exaggerating the evil deeds of Li Changsheng and Shui Gang. In his narration, he described Li Changsheng and Shui Gang as arrogant and ignorant boys who didn't put young Master Mai in their eyes. These were all made up by him. Li Changsheng didn't know about the relationship between Mai Junchu and Zhong Yong before this. However, Jiang Yatai was obviously a good storyteller and made Shui Gang completely believe his words. "How dare you look down on my young master? How hateful. First, it was Mr. Li who beat my young master into the hospital, and now this Li guy popped out. I can't deal with Mr. Li, but can't I deal with this one?" Shui Gang said fiercely. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps. The rich second-generation heir pushed through the crowd and walked to Shui Gang. Looking at the rich second-generation heir who was out of breath, Shui Gang couldn't help but frown. "Where's the person I asked you to call? Where is he?" After taking a few breaths, the rich second generation angrily complained, "I conveyed your message, Master Shui, but the other party didn't put you in their eyes at all. Not only did he beat me, but he also asked you to kowtow and apologize to him within 10 minutes. What? Did he really say that?" Shui Gang's anger rose to his head. "Yes. He also said that if you don't go, you and young Master Mai will have the same ending." The rich second generation saw that Shui Gang was angry and wanted to add more firewood to make Shui Gang's anger burn more vigorously. Who knew that after hearing his words, the expression on Shui Gang's face instantly stiffened. That angry look disappeared and was replaced by a bit of fear. "Mr. Li, Li Changsheng, they are really the same person." Shui Gang muttered to himself. "Master Shui, that Li Changsheng is very arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he will think that you are easy to bully." Jiang Yatai also added oil and vinegar, fanning the flames. "Shut up. who knew that before his voice fell, Shui Gang would glare at him fiercely. Jiang Tai, you've made me miserable. I'll deal with you later. After saying that, he directly rushed out of the villa under everyone's surprised eyes, leaving the crowd looking at each other in dismay, not understanding what had happened. At this moment, the waiters who had just finished delivering things to the guests in each villa were sitting on the wooden chairs in the middle of the two villas and chatting. Have you heard? Two groups of guests had a conflict in the state banquet hall on the third floor of the restaurant. I heard that guns were used. A male waiter said to the female waiter next to him. Really? That's so scary. I think the young man living in the villa is very easy to talk to, and the cool young man next to him doesn't look so fierce. Could it be that people are talking nonsense? The female waiter who had just come out of Li Changsheng's villa said with some disbelief. It's true. Many people saw it with their own eyes. The people who suffered losses have begun to look for helpers. I just saw a fierce middle-aged man appear. It's said that his Shui Gang. The male waiter lowered his voice and said, even Shui Gang was alarmed. Maybe there will be a big fight tonight. Shui Gang. Is he the manager of Yuanhua Logistics? The famous hoodlum from a few years ago? The female waiter covered her mouth and looked surprised. Shui Gang was one of the few big shots in the underworld that she knew. Yes. That's him. As soon as the male waiter's voice fell, the expression on his face became abnormal. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? The female waiter looked up and saw a middle-aged man hurriedly coming out of the villa and walking to another villa. He looked a little flustered. After passing by them, the male waiter reacted and whispered, his Shui Gang. Is he going to find trouble with the two young men inside? I heard that this Shui Gang stayed in Mount Song when he was young. He's very powerful. It seems that a good show is about to begin. But I don't think he's going to find trouble with them. It's more like he's going to apologize after making a mistake. The female waiter analyzed. How is that possible? Who is Shui Gang? It's good enough that he didn't peel off the skin of those two young men. How can he apologize? It's said that a girl's sixth sense is very accurate. I can't see it right. As soon as the male waiter's voice fell, he saw Shui Gang, who had walked to the villa's door, kneel in the courtyard and loudly said, Mr. Li, please forgive me. I'm here to apologize to you. Chapter 513. Shui Gang knelt in front of the villa with his head lowered, like a primary school student who had made a mistake and was waiting for his teacher's punishment. Although he knew that such an action was very embarrassing, he couldn't care less about it at this moment. His young master had been beaten into the hospital, but Mai Rihua, who had always loved his son, didn't show any signs of revenge. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to keep a low profile in Qingju and not cause any trouble. He only knew who his young master had offended because he was one of Mai Rihua's close subordinates. Mr. Li of Qingju, and Kai Xian, the son of the sickly tiger Kai Yu. One had risen rapidly in Qingju in just a year, destroyed the Qin father and son, and even trampled on the neighboring Chuzhou. The other one was the son of the sickly tiger Kai Yu. With this identity alone, he could do whatever he wanted in the entire north. For a force like the Mai family, Kai Xian could eradicate them like crushing an ant with a single word. When he received Jiang Tai's call, he volunteered to relieve the depression in his heart, but who would have thought that he would run into these two malefactors again? When one was down on their luck, even drinking cold water would get stuck in their teeth. At this moment, he only hoped that he could be forgiven by the two of them. Otherwise, if the two of them got angry and went to find trouble with the Mai family, at that time, even if the two of them did not do anything to him, his master, Mai Rihua, would not let him off easily. The two waiters next to him were completely dumbfounded. The famous Shui Gang is actually kneeling in front of the villa. Who are the two young men in the villa? Shui Gang is here to ask for forgiveness. Shui Gang said loudly as he knelt in front of the villa. After 5 or 6 minutes, a faint voice came from inside. Kowtow 3 times and get lost. Kneeling and kowtowing was undoubtedly a very humiliating thing, but Shui Gang breathed a sigh of relief. His face lit up with joy, and then he kowtowed 3 times without hesitation. It was a genuine kowtow, without the slightest bit of falsehood. So much so that after 3 kowtows, his forehead had already turned purplish green. He stood up from the ground, got into his car, and left with his subordinates. At this moment, Jiang Yatai was sitting on pins and needles in the villa. Finally, one of the men they sent to monitor the opposite side ran in. How was it? Did Master Shui go to find trouble with Li Changsheng? Jiang Yatai asked hurriedly. The subordinate shook his head. Master Shui didn't find trouble with the other party. Instead, he kowtowed 3 times in front of the villa and then went down the mountain. What? Jiang Yatai's face turned pale, and he plopped down on the sofa. From Shuigang's final demeanor, Jiang Yatai had a bad premonition in his heart, but he didn't want to admit it. He didn't expect his premonition to come true. Shuigang is actually kowtowing to him? How is this possible? How is that possible? Jiang Yatai repeated these words repeatedly. Even Yuan Jiaojiao, Yu Xiangfei, and the others were dumbfounded. No wonder Li Changsheng was so indifferent when he heard my report. It turns out that I underestimated him. Yuan Jiaojiao muttered to herself. On the other hand, Yu Xiangfei's expression was very ugly. Thinking of the words he said to Li Changsheng when Ma Yi treated him to a meal, he couldn't help but feel a little terrified. What should he do if Li Changsheng held a grudge against him and retaliated against him? After all, even Shuigang had to kneel down and apologize. It would be too easy for Li Changsheng to clean him up. The rich second generations who were clamoring to clean up Li Changsheng collectively lost their voices. Only at this moment did they realize the fact that Li Changsheng's ability was far beyond their imagination. What should we do? Many people looked at Jiang Yatai. Jiang Yatai's mind was in a mess at the moment, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, "What else can we do? Let's go down the mountain and disappear from his sight as soon as possible." Everyone nodded and no one refuted him. Soon, the people in the villa disappeared in less than 5 minutes as a luxury car drove down the mountain. Yuan Jiaojiao originally wanted to visit Li Changsheng again before leaving, but she finally dispelled the idea after seeing her friend Yu Xiangfei's absent-minded look. In the villa, Yu Yuwei was teaching Li Changsheng how to play PUBG. They were so bored that they could only use their mobile phones to kill time. The rules of the game were simple, and Li Changsheng's ability to learn was also very fast. Soon, he was even better than his master, Yu Yuwei. Bai Chang is also online. Why don't we play a game of ranking? Yu Yuwei formed a team and added Li Changsheng into the team and sent an online invitation to Bai Chang. At this moment, after Bai Chang and the others went down the mountain, they went to a restaurant for dinner because they were not in the mood to eat at noon and were a little hungry at night. They had just finished eating and were sitting there idly. Bai Chang took out her mobile phone and was about to play a game when she saw the ranking invitation sent by Yu Yuwei. Didn't the other party find trouble with Li Changsheng? Yu Yuwei is actually still in the mood to play games. Bai Chang was stunned and said in surprise. When the people around heard this, they all came over and saw that Yu Yuwei's account was indeed online, especially when they saw the name Longevity Immortal Venerable in the team. A girl said in surprise, "This Longevity Immortal Venerable can't be Li Changsheng, right? It seems that they are really fine. It's just that this is not normal." Seng Pan frowned and was puzzled. What's there to be confused about? Just send a video to Yu Yuwei and ask. After Bai Chang finished speaking, she exited the game and directly made a video call on WeChat. A few seconds later, the video call was connected. "Yuwei, what's going on? Why are you still in the mood to play games? Aren't you afraid that the other party will find someone to take revenge on you?" Hearing Bai Chang's question, Yu Yuwei smiled slightly. "It's fine. The other party did find a helper, but it has been settled. Why don't you come back to play? The villa is empty, and it's boring with so few people." Bai Chang and the others were still in disbelief when they heard the confirmation from Yu Yuwei. "Yuwei, are you kidding? How could they let this matter go so easily?" "Of course I'm not kidding. Their people have all gone down the mountain." With that, Yu Yuwei climbed to the window and aimed the camera at the villa not far away. "Look, the lights in the villa are completely dark. There's no one there. How about it? The crisis has been resolved. Do you want to come up the mountain and play together?" "No, no." Bai Chang shook her head. After the video call ended, Everyone in the private room fell silent. At that time, they were afraid of being implicated and fled one by one. In the end, Li Changsheng easily settled the matter. They all felt their faces burning. At the same time, they were a little shocked by Li Changsheng's identity and power. Chapter 514. The incident of the hot spring villa was over. In the following days, Li Changsheng accompanied Yu Yuwei to play around. The holiday after the college entrance examination was destined to be an unforgettable memory for Yu Yuwei. On this day, Ma Yi called Li Changsheng and said that he wanted to invite Li Changsheng to dinner again. Just like the last time, he wanted to apologize to Li Changsheng. It turned out that after returning from the hot spring villa, Yu Xiangfei was restless every day. He was afraid that Li Changsheng would hate him, so he thought about it and found Ma Yi. Li Changsheng had nothing to do, so of course, he did not refuse. When he arrived at the hotel, Ma Yi, Yu Xiangfei, Yuan Jiaojiao, and several other friends had been waiting for a long time at the door of the hotel. This time, because of the traffic jam, Li Changsheng was more than half an hour late, but there was no impatience on each of their faces. It was completely different from the last time they met. "Changsheng, you are finally here. Please come in." Ma Yi had heard about what happened in the hot spring villa from his friends these days. It was inevitable that he would treat Li Changsheng differently, and he felt very proud to be able to know a friend like Li Changsheng. As for his other friends, their gazes towards Li Changsheng were filled with reverence. In the hot spring villa, he beat Zhong Yong and Liu Baldi. In the end, even Shui Gang of Yuanhua Logistics had to apologize to Li Changsheng in person. These things were completely like legends, and now this legendary figure was standing in front of them. For this ordinary young man, who dared to look down on him? After entering the box, Yu Xiangfei knelt in front of Li Changsheng without waiting for others to speak. "Brother Li, I said something I shouldn't have said that day. Please don't hold a grudge." After saying that, he slapped his own face more than 10 times in a row. "Get up," Li Changsheng said lightly. Such a small person was like an ant. He was too lazy to care about him. Otherwise, how could he let him live until now? "Thank you, Brother Li." Only now did Yu Xiangfei's heart finally relax. As for the few friends around them who did not know about Li Changsheng's deeds, although their faces were expressionless, their eyes were filled with shock. "Changsheng, let me toast you." Yuan Jiaojiao took the initiative to raise her glass. That day, she had a good impression of Li Changsheng. Now that she had seen Li Changsheng's strength, she felt that Li Changsheng was even more charming. Yuan Jiaojiao knew that Li Changsheng was accompanied by a stunning beauty like Yu Yuwei. She had no choice but to suppress the restless thoughts in her heart. "I should be the one toasting you. I still have to thank you for your kind reminder that day." Li Changsheng also stood up and raised his glass. Indeed, the fact that Yuan Jiaojiao ran to remind Li Changsheng was already very rare. After all, such behavior was likely to cause dissatisfaction in the circle, such as Jiang Yatai and the other rich second-generation heirs. The two of them clinked their cups and drank the wine in their cups at the same time. Applause suddenly rang out around them, which also made the originally somewhat heavy atmosphere liven up. The few girls who disdained Li Changsheng that day also took the initiative to toast Li Changsheng and talk to him today. In contrast, Yu Xiangfei, who was quite popular with the girls that day, was now ignored by everyone. However, no one had any objections to Li Changsheng's welcome. It was as if once the tip of the iceberg of his status was revealed, any kind of treatment became a matter of course. The meal lasted for 2 hours. When it was over, everyone in the hall added Li Changsheng on WeChat. Li Changsheng did not refuse. On the way back, he blocked all the unimportant people. In September, it was time for school to start again. Stepping into the campus once again, Li Changsheng felt that things had changed, but the people had changed. After walking around the school field, Li Changsheng arrived at the sparring room. Today was the first day of school, so there was basically no one in the gymnasium. When he arrived at the door of the sparring room, he heard people talking inside. When he opened the door, he saw 2 rows of men and women in training clothes standing neatly. Wang Dongsheng was giving them a lecture, while Wei Hu and Jin Wenwen were sitting on the sofa against the wall. Looks like the team recently recruited a lot of new people. Li Changsheng thought to himself. From the moment he walked in, everyone's eyes fell on him. Teach, coach. Wang Dongsheng suddenly turned around with a look of surprise on his face. Wei Yihu and Jin Wenwen, who were sitting on the sofa, also instantly stood up. The 2 rows of men and women all looked at him curiously. They did not understand why Wang Dongsheng and the others had such a big reaction. After a semester, the National Youth College fighting competition should have ended. How were your results? Li Changsheng walked to the sofa and sat down, asking directly. Wang Dongsheng did not have time to give a lecture to the new juniors and hurriedly followed him. The 3 of us took the first, second, and third place trophies. As if she was presenting a treasure, Jin Wenwen took out her phone and showed Li Changsheng the photos when they won the competition. Not bad, not bad. Li Changsheng was also sincerely happy for them. I haven't been back for half a year. Didn't the school find a new coach for you? And what's up with those people? The school did want to find a coach for us, but we didn't agree. We only recognize you, Coach Li, Wang Dongsheng said. Then the school will let you do whatever you want. They have no choice. Those coaches can't even beat us, so they can only get the hell out of here. As for the people standing in a row, they joined later. We achieved excellent results in the National University Fighting Competition, so there are many people who want to join the fighting team. These are all good seedlings that were selected from among them. Speaking of this, Wang Dongsheng was quite proud. Now our team is in high demand. We have established a martial arts club. I'm the president, and Wei Yihu and Wenwen are the vice presidents. I see. Chinese martial arts should indeed be carried forward. Li Changsheng nodded. Coach Li, do you want to go over and give them a lecture? Students these days can't take hardships. Every day we give them a little more training, and they complain incessantly. When coach trained us in the past, it was much worse. There's no need for a lecture. It's not a problem to meet them. Li Changsheng stood up and walked to the front of the students with Wang Dongsheng. These people were looking around just now. When they saw Li Changsheng and Wang Dongsheng walking over together, they immediately regained their serious looks. Obviously, they were often taught a lesson by Wang Dongsheng. This is Li Changsheng, Coach Li. He's the one I always tell you about, our teacher. Wang Dongsheng opened his mouth and introduced. Suddenly, the student's eyes lit up. He's the coach that you said was like a god, President. He's too young. Is he really that good? Hearing these people's questions, Wang Dongsheng waved his hand to signal them to quiet down. Then he smiled and said, it seems that everyone has some doubts about Coach Li's strength. Why don't we let Coach Li show everyone what he's got? Sure. Okay. Cheers came from the crowd. Chapter 5:15. President Wang Dongsheng, Vice President Wei Yihu, and Vice President Jin Wenwen often talk about how strong you are. I always thought that you were a strong man. I didn't expect you to be so young and so thin. To be honest, I would like to meet you and exchange some moves. After all, I am also a master. A young man stood out from the crowd. He was quite handsome, tall, and had an unruly look in his eyes. He used to study Muay Thai, but he was convinced by me and transferred to our martial arts society. He is also the best fighter among all of us. Wang Dongsheng introduced him to Li Changsheng with a smile when he saw the young man stand out. Why don't you show him some moves, Coach Li? Let this guy be convinced. Usually, Wang Dongsheng held Li Changsheng in high esteem, which made all the members of the martial arts society very curious about Li Changsheng. They had imagined Li Changsheng's appearance and thought that Li Changsheng must be the tall and strong type. Now that they saw him in person, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Sure. Li Changsheng smiled. Then I will teach you a few moves. I will use one hand and let you have 3 moves. How about that? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the crowd started to jeer again. Good job, Coach Li Tangyu, show him well. Don't let Coach Li win too easily. Hearing the words of the people around him, the tall young man suddenly straightened his chest and smiled. Don't worry, I am not someone to be trifled with. Although Coach Li is the president's coach, there is a hierarchy of knowledge. He let me use one hand and let me have 3 moves. If I lose to him easily, It will show that I am not good enough. A man should never say that he is not good enough. Tang Yu's words caused a roar of laughter. Let's begin. Li Changsheng put one hand behind his back and made a gesture of invitation. Coach Li, sorry to offend you. The young man took a step forward and lifted his leg high. It turned into a shadow and slashed toward Li Changsheng with the sound of the wind. As soon as an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Tang Yu's move was exceptionally gorgeous, but it was undeniable that his foundation was especially solid. This move was definitely not just for show, but it was truly lethal. However, in the face of this attack, Li Changsheng only moved his body slightly and dodged the attack by a few centimeters. As expected of the president's coach, you are indeed agile. Although Tang Yu said so, his eyes were clearly unconvinced. He took another step forward and threw a flying kick at Li Changsheng's head. It was equally gorgeous, and the movements were wonderful. Many people cheered for him. This time, Li Changsheng leaned back. His foot whistled past the tip of Li Changsheng's nose. He was only half a centimeter away from hurting Li Changsheng. Seeing that another move had failed, Tang Yu's face finally showed some seriousness. After his body landed, he directly slammed his elbow into Li Changsheng's chest. This was a standard Muay Thai attack. He had been practicing Muay Thai since he was young, and the techniques of Muay Thai had long been integrated into his bones. If Wang Dongsheng was not strong enough to defeat him, he would not have transferred to the Martial Arts Society. Seeing that the attack was crisp and clean, the people in the field were all experts. They could not help but cheer. In the face of such an attack, Li Changsheng did not dodge. He let his elbow hit his chest. Bang! A dull sound. Many girls exclaimed. They were very clear about Tang Yu's attack power. Usually, he could even penetrate a 5-centimeter thick plank. The impact on the chest was unimaginable. However, Li Changsheng's body did not even sway. He stood in the same place without moving an inch. Tang Yu's arm was a little numb from the shock, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was stronger. Coach Li, you are not simple. But your chest must be hurting right now. My elbow is not that easy to take. After saying that, he suddenly took a big stride forward. His fist was like a long spear that went straight to the center line, hitting Li Changsheng's face. You overestimate your strength. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. If an ordinary person were to be hit by him like this, they would feel pain in their muscles as long as they moved, and their speed would naturally slow down. Therefore, this seemingly simple straight punch was very difficult to dodge. This Tang Yu did have the right to be arrogant. He had taken into account the two attacks and the opponent's physical condition. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Changsheng. He did not expect that the elbow attack that he thought would cause a lot of damage to Li Changsheng was actually not much different from scratching an itch. When the fist reached Li Changsheng's cheek, Tang Yu's face was already filled with pride. At such a close distance, Li Changsheng still did not react. In his mind, this punch could definitely make Li Changsheng's face bloom. At the same time, there was some disappointment in his eyes. Wang Dongsheng was so strong, but Coach Li, who Wang Dongsheng admired so much, was only at this level. Tang Yu, come on. Tang Yu, good job. The coach who defeated the president, you will be our idol from now on. There were shouts all around. It was the first time they had seen Li Changsheng, and they had been with Tang Yu for a long time. Naturally, they were on Tang Yu's side. In this regard, Wang Dongsheng and the other two just smiled. Li Changsheng's strength was not only at this level. Even if it seemed that Tang Yu had the upper hand and Li Changsheng was in danger, they were not worried at all. Sure enough, just as Tang Yu's fist was about to hit Li Changsheng's cheek, he suddenly showed a surprised expression. He saw a palm blocking the end of his fist. At the same time, he saw Li Changsheng's mysterious smile. Not good. Tang Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Li Changsheng's palm lightly meet Tang Yu's fist. Tang Yu's arm instantly twisted, and an intense pain came over him. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. The next moment, Li Changsheng's hand shook slightly, and a huge force rushed into his body like endless waves. Tang Yu's whole body involuntarily jumped back. He bounced on the ground several times like a spring, and then fell on his back with a plop. The students who were cheering for Tang Yu in the field suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed their throat. It was quiet for more than 10 seconds before the discussion started again. At this time, Tang Yu patted the dust off his body and stood up from the ground. He moved his arm, and the pain just now had disappeared. It was like a dream from beginning to end. When he looked at Li Changsheng again, his eyes were full of admiration. He saluted and said, "Coach Li is really amazing. I am convinced." Chapter 5:16. Originally, everyone had doubts about Li Changsheng, but after Tang Yu was defeated, they were all convinced. Tang Yu was the strongest among the group of students, but he was easily defeated by Li Changsheng in the battle just now. Especially that last move. Li Changsheng didn't seem to have made any big movements, just a light flick of his hand, and Tang Yu jumped out like a marionette. This was undoubtedly a miraculous thing in the eyes of the students. Like the Taekwondo club and the Karate club, they usually perform hand-splitting. A 2 cm thick wooden board can be smashed into pieces with one palm. "Why don't Coach Li perform for us?" a student suggested. "Yeah, I joined the Chinese martial arts club, but many of the students around me didn't care, especially those who joined the Taekwondo club. They are so awesome every day. Why don't you perform for us? I'll record a video and show it to them. They'll be speechless." All the students spoke up. They took out their phones one by one and looked at Li Changsheng. "Okay. Since everyone has such a request, I'll perform for you." Li Changsheng was in a good mood today. Seeing that 2 students had already gone to get wooden boards, he couldn't help but wave his hand. Taekwondo and karate performing hand-splitting wooden boards are child's play. In front of the profound Chinese martial arts, they are just fancy moves. Today, I'll show you something fierce. With that, Li Changsheng's eyes swept around and fell on the huge steel pillar in the middle of the training room. He stepped forward and walked straight to the pillar. What is Coach Li doing? All the students present were puzzled. Not to mention them, even Wang Dongsheng and the others were puzzled. Li Changsheng walked to the front of the steel pillar and looked back at the crowd with a smile. "Today, I'll open your eyes." After saying that, before anyone could react, he suddenly attacked and punched the steel structure. Bang! A huge boom sounded, forming an invisible sound wave that impacted everyone's eardrums. The whole room seemed to have experienced an earthquake. The ground was shaking, and the sound lasted for more than 30 seconds before it stopped. Everyone shook their heads subconsciously. They were a little dizzy from the shock. "Coach Li, is your hand okay?" Tang Yu asked worriedly. When such a powerful punch landed on a steel structure, the recoil force was enough to break a person's hand. The others also looked concerned. "Of course I'm fine." Li Changsheng raised his palm and gestured to everyone. "Look." At this moment, someone exclaimed. Where Li Changsheng's fist had smashed, there was a clear fist mark, as if it had been branded. Even the lines on his fingers were clearly visible. Everyone gathered around and stared at the pillar with shock in their eyes. Hiss. Many people couldn't help but gasp. The steel structure was made of pure steel, and its hardness was dozens of times higher than ordinary iron. Not to mention a fist, even a sledgehammer might not leave a mark on it. How terrifying was it to leave a fist mark on a steel structure? It was simply inhuman. When everyone turned their heads to look at Li Changsheng again, their eyes were filled with reverence. Even Wang Dongsheng felt his skin crawl when he saw this scene. They knew Li Changsheng's strength, but they were still shocked by Li Changsheng's move. How strong is Coach Li? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. How about it? I told you that Coach Li was very strong, but you didn't believe me. Now you're convinced, right? Wang Dongsheng suppressed the shock in his heart and pretended to be relaxed. Everyone nodded. Coach Li is really a god. You guys from the martial arts club are always bragging. Don't you feel ashamed? At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Who is it? Everyone turned their heads and saw the door of the training room being pushed open. A group of people in white training clothes barged in, led by a young man with long hair. It's the Taekwondo club. There was a commotion in the crowd. Liu Wenlong, why are you here? Wang Dongsheng asked with a frown after seeing this group of people. Haha. President Wang, what are you asking? I'm here to clean house. As he spoke, he looked at the tall Tang Yu. Tang Yu, you used to be the vice president of the Taekwondo club, but now you've become an ordinary member of the martial arts club. Do you know that because of your departure, there are rumors in the school that the Taekwondo club is all show and no substance? Even the vice president has run away. I'm here to ask you to immediately announce your withdrawal from the martial arts club and return to the Taekwondo club. Tang Yu shook his head when he heard the other party's words. President Liu, it's my freedom to join any interest club. Even the school can't control me. I've learned all kinds of fighting skills over the years, but only today did I know that Chinese martial arts are the most powerful. Tang Yu, it seems that you're really stubborn. You'll regret your decision. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Dongsheng. President Wang, let me give you a piece of advice. Kick Tang Yu out of the martial arts club immediately. Otherwise, you'll be making an enemy of the Taekwondo club. Haha. Wang Dongsheng couldn't help but laugh. Are you threatening me? The last thing I'm afraid of is being threatened. Why? Are you going to bite me if I don't kick Tang Yu out of the martial arts club? If you're not convinced, we can have a spar. Wang Dongsheng had just won the National University Fighting Competition and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds recently. Naturally, he didn't care about the president of a small Taekwondo club. Wang Dongsheng, I know you're strong, but don't be arrogant. If I can't take care of you, someone else can. After he finished speaking, he stepped aside and a young man in his 20s walked out from behind him. The young man wasn't tall, but his body looked very sturdy. His skin was a little tanned and his eyes were bright. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light in them. No one dared to underestimate him. This is the new vice president of the Taekwondo club, Wu Hongyi. Let him have a taste of your skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man stared at Wang Dongsheng like an eagle, giving off a valiant aura. You think you're qualified to challenge our president? Let me teach you a lesson. Wei, who had a bad temper. He immediately stood out and said in a loud voice. Then I'll take care of you first, then I'll take care of your president. Wu Hongyi took a step on the ground and rushed towards Wei, who like an arrow leaving the bow. Bam! His punch forced Wei Hu to take a step back. Immediately after, the other party leaped up and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Wei Hu was unable to react in time and was forced to retreat continuously. Wang Dongsheng, who was originally very confident in Wei Hu, couldn't help but look serious when he saw this. His opponent was very strong. His moves weren't flashy, and it didn't look like he was using Taekwondo's attacks. The Taekwondo club sent someone to challenge him, but he didn't use Taekwondo's moves. This was undoubtedly a very ironic thing. However, if Wei Hu was defeated, it would be known that Taekwondo defeated Chinese martial arts in the future. Chapter 517. Bam bam, bam bam. The sound of their bodies colliding rang out continuously. Wei Hu was a strength-type fighter with a strong physique. However, he was unable to gain the upper hand under the opponent's fierce attacks. A minute later, he was kicked in the chest by the opponent. He fell to the ground with a thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He lost. Suddenly, the stadium fell silent. The martial arts club members were all staring with their eyes wide open. Wei, who was the runner-up of the National High School Youth Fighting Competition not long ago. His strength was second only to Wang Dongsheng in the martial arts club. However, he was defeated by the vice president of the Taekwondo club. Compared to the ugly expressions of the martial arts club members, the Taekwondo club members cheered. How is it? Now you know how powerful our Taekwondo is? Liu Wenlong, the president of the Taekwondo club, said proudly. I don't think he's using Taekwondo. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Indeed, from the opponent's series of attacks, most of them were Muay Thai attacks. There was even a hint of modern boxing mixed in. There was no trace of Taekwondo at all. Haha. Why? Can't the martial arts club afford to lose? Liu Wenlong smiled coldly. You better fire Tang Yu today. Otherwise, I'll ruin the reputation of your martial arts club. Then I'd like to see what you're capable of. Wang Dongsheng unbuttoned his shirt and moved his wrists. In the next moment, Wu Hongyi dashed towards Wang Dongxing like an arrow. He was a ruthless person. Since he came in, he did not waste any time and attacked directly. Bam! Their bodies collided. Wang Dongxing actually took 3 steps back. Although Wang Dongxing's overall strength was stronger than Wei Yihu's, even a strength-type fighter like Wei Yihu was suppressed, let alone Wang Dongxing. Wait a minute. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally spoke. Let me exchange some pointers with you. Wu Hongyi's attacks just now were swift and fierce. In fact, his overall strength should be about the same as Wang Dongxing's. However, what was more powerful than Wang Dongxing was the murderous aura around him. This meant that he had killed people and had experienced life and death situations before. From this point alone, neither Wang Dongxing nor Wei Yihu could compare to him. When 2 rivals met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. The opponent's fighting style was ferocious. In terms of innate talent, Wang Dongxing and Wei Yihu had already lost to him. He didn't know where Liu Wenlong had found such a ruthless person to challenge him. It was obvious that he had come prepared. Li Changsheng stepped forward, and Wang Dongxing stepped back. The corners of Wang Dongxing's lips curled up. And who are you? I'm their coach. Li Changsheng stood there motionless. Wu Hongyi's expression suddenly turned serious. This was because he realized that even though Li Changsheng was standing there casually, he couldn't find any flaws. Wu Hongyi, teach him a lesson, Liu Wenlong shouted, not noticing Li Changsheng's abnormality. Wu Hongyi nodded and suddenly raised his head. Like a ferocious tiger that had been accumulating power for a long time, a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Coach Li, watch out! The students of the Martial Arts Society cried out in surprise. This was because it was obvious that Wu Hongyi's attack this time was more ferocious than before. It's just a small trick. When the opponent pounced in front of him, Li Changsheng didn't dodge. He allowed the opponent's fist to hit his chest. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The opponent's face revealed a smug look. However, it quickly turned into shock. This was because Li Changsheng's body didn't move at all despite his almost all-out attack. His eyes were filled with doubt at first. Then, he seemed to have realized something and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. Li Changsheng suddenly raised his leg and kicked his lower abdomen. Bang! Wu Hongyi, who was incomparably ferocious just a moment ago, flew out like a kite with a broken string. He flew 6 to 7 meters and crashed into the wall behind him. The arena fell into silence. The cheers of the Taekwondo club members came to an abrupt end. How is this possible? Liu Wenlong blurted out. Since you're the president of the Taekwondo club, let me challenge you. Li Changsheng didn't wait for Liu Wenlong to react as his body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Liu Wenlong. No, Liu Wenlong had just spat out a word when his body flew out horizontally. At this moment, the faces of the Taekwondo club members turned purple. It was embarrassing enough to find someone who didn't practice Taekwondo to challenge the Martial Arts Society. However, in the end, they were completely defeated by the Martial Arts Society. If word got out, the Taekwondo club's reputation would be ruined. At this moment, Wu Hongyi, who was sent flying by Li Changsheng, struggled to get up from the ground while clutching his lower abdomen. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Who exactly are you? How can you be so strong? Hearing his words, Li Changsheng only smiled slightly. You've overdrawn your body's potential by practicing the secret technique. If I'm not wrong, your body will rapidly age and your organs will deteriorate in less than 10 years. The power gained by overdrawing your potential won't last long. When he first heard Li Changsheng's words, Wu Hongyi was still a little unconvinced. Li, even if you're stronger than me, do you think you can talk nonsense about my body's condition? Is that so? Li Changsheng smiled slightly. You've been practicing hard every day to stimulate your body's potential. Every time you fight or hit an object, do you feel an unbearable pain in your chest? This pain started to appear 3 years ago. In the past, it would only appear once or twice a month. But now, every time you fight, you have to endure the torture. Am I right? When Li Changsheng finished speaking, Wu Hongyi's face was filled with shock. He was even more shocked than when he was sent flying by Li Changsheng. Other than the doctor, he had never told anyone else about his body's symptoms. In the past, he had always thought that it was an injury he had suffered a few years ago and that it would slowly disappear with time. Who knew that it was getting worse and worse? He had also checked a lot of ancient books and visited a lot of old Chinese doctors. However, even after drinking a lot of Chinese medicine, it was useless. A few days ago, he went to the hospital for a checkup. In the end, the doctor concluded that there was nothing wrong with his body. He never thought that Li Changsheng would be able to say that it was because of his martial arts. In fact, Wu Hongyi had also thought that the pain in his body might be related to his martial arts. However, he was half a martial arts fanatic and was unwilling to believe it. Looking at your moves, you should have practiced karate, modern fighting techniques, and many other killing techniques. The only pity is that you haven't practiced Chinese martial arts. You haven't practiced Chinese martial arts. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Wu Hongyi refused to accept it and said, "Internal martial arts are weak. The so-called Chinese martial arts have already declined. I've challenged many Chinese martial arts experts, but they were not my opponent. The reason why the Chinese martial arts experts are not your opponent is because they have not been tempered between life and death. You should know what kind of environment you grew up in. They are like flowers in a greenhouse. How can they be compared to the stubborn weeds that grew under the ravages of the storm? You only defeated a few Chinese martial arts experts and you say that Chinese martial arts are not good. What a joke." After Li Changsheng's words, Wu Hongyi's face changed for a while. He opened his mouth but did not know how to refute. "Moreover, I also practice Chinese martial arts. Didn't you lose to me?" After saying this, Wu Hongyi completely lowered his head. Indeed, the killing techniques that he was proud of seemed to have lost all their power in front of Li Changsheng and became vulnerable. The pain in your body is caused by your martial arts. If you don't treat it, it will eventually become a scourge that will take your life. There are only a few people in the world who can cure your illness, and I happen to be one of them. After Li Changsheng's words, Wu Hongyi suddenly raised his head in surprise. "Really? Of course it's true. However, I have something to ask you. If you answer me honestly, I can help you get rid of the root of your illness. Otherwise, your life and death has nothing to do with me. What is it?" Although Wu Hongyi's face did not have much expression, his eyes had clearly become eager. Chapter 518. Wu Hongyi was completely convinced by Li Changsheng's words. He ignored his identity as the vice president of the Taekwondo club and followed Li Changsheng to a remote corner of the gymnasium. Li Changsheng found a chair and sat down, while Wu Hongyi stood there, looking at Li Changsheng expectantly. "You must be eager to know whether what I said is true or false. To tell you the truth, I have no reason to lie to you. If my guess is right, in addition to learning various combat techniques, you should have also learned a secret method, and this secret method allowed you to have the strength you have now. However, you stopped practicing that secret method halfway, and I don't know why you stopped practicing it. You must have been used to the pleasure of the secret method to quickly improve your strength. After you stopped practicing the secret method, you wanted to replace it with various combat techniques, but in the end, you hurt your body." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, Wu Hongyi's face had completely changed. Coach Li is really a god. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Hongyi was finally willing to reveal his heart. "When I was 15 years old, I was selected by a mysterious organization. They gave me special training, but unfortunately, after 3 years of training, because my physical fitness was not up to standard, I was finally eliminated. At the same time, there was no follow-up training method. However, at this time, I was completely immersed in the pleasure of rapidly improving my strength. Therefore, in order to continue improving my strength, I crazily practiced various combat techniques." Speaking of this, Wu Hongyi lowered his head. "Unfortunately, no matter how hard I train, I can no longer reach the speed of improvement that I had when I was training in the organization." "A mysterious organization? What is the name of the organization?" Li Changsheng asked. The reason why he brought Wu Hongyi here to ask was because he saw that Wu Hongyi's body was different from ordinary people. If he guessed correctly, the secret method that Wu Hongyi had learned before was not an ordinary secular martial art, but a kind of Taoist law. The training he received was actually the Taoist method of refining weapons. Thousands of years ago, every Taoist sect would train a powerful team to protect the sect. Just like the soldiers of a country, the Taoist sect called them Taoist soldiers. Clearly, Wu Hongyi had been chosen by the cultivation sect to be a Tao soldier. However, a Tao soldier had the responsibility of guarding a sect. The selection of members was especially strict, and Wu Hongyi was ultimately eliminated. Li Changsheng had also come into contact with many of the present cultivation sects, such as Mount Shu, Wudang, Qingcheng sword sect, and so on. He understood that these sects had long since lost the existence of Tao soldiers. After meeting Wu Hongyi today, he learned that there were still cultivation sects training Tao soldiers. It was not easy to train a group of Tao soldiers. First, the strength of the reserve members had to reach a certain standard. Then, they had to undergo all kinds of training. Finally, they had to pass all kinds of tests and meet all kinds of standards before they could become true Tao soldiers. And in this process, perhaps only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 people would be chosen. A team of Tao soldiers had to have at least 1 to 200 people. That meant that one team could only be formed from nearly 100,000 people. With 100,000 people gathered together for selection and training, it was difficult for such a big matter not to alarm the country. They would definitely be suppressed. Therefore, Li Changsheng was very curious about which force had such a big hand. That organization is called the Heavenly Tao Union. When Wu Hongyi said these 3 words, there was some fanaticism in his eyes. At the same time, there was some frustration. He was a martial arts fanatic. He had passed all kinds of tests, but he was eliminated in the last round. The reason why he learned all kinds of fighting skills was actually to prove himself again and to re-enter the Heavenly Tao Union. It's the Heavenly Tao Union again. Thinking of Chu Liushang, who had gone to the Yi family to look for him last time, Li Changsheng had a more intuitive understanding of this force this time. I've already answered what you want to know. Now, can you help me treat my illness? Wu Hongyi looked at Li Changsheng with eyes full of expectation. Every time he practiced, he would be tortured by pain. It had almost become his nightmare. Of course. Li Changsheng nodded. But before that, you have to learn a kind of internal martial arts. With that, a pill appeared in Li Changsheng's hand, and he handed it to Wu Hongyi. Cut a piece of this pill every day, soak it in water and take it. Then, use the internal martial arts to drive the medicinal power to penetrate into your body. After a month, you will be cured. Really? Wu Hongyi asked skeptically. Do I need to lie to you? Even if I don't help you treat your illness, can you do anything to me? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Wu Hongyi thought about it and found it to be true. He clasped his fist and bowed to Li Changsheng. Coach Li, if you really cure my body, then I will owe you a great favor. If you have any orders in the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. You don't have to go through fire and water. With your strength, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Qingju University can defeat you. The martial arts club was established by my students. In the future, don't help the Taekwondo club find trouble with the martial arts club. With Coach Li here, how would I dare? Wu Hongyi's face showed some fear. After I was eliminated, I went around the world to learn various fighting techniques. Later, I found out that no matter how hard I practiced, I couldn't catch up with the speed of the secret technique. So, I came to Qingju University to study and fulfill my university dream. The reason why I joined the Taekwondo club was because Tang Yu quit the Taekwondo club and went to the martial arts club to study, which caused a great impact on the Taekwondo club. The club president, Liu Wenlong, wanted to take revenge on the martial arts club, but he knew that he couldn't beat Wang Dongxing with his flowery martial arts. He just happened to know about my strength from a friend, so he spent money to hire me. I'm actually not the vice president of the Taekwondo club. So that's how it is. Li Changsheng nodded. When the two of them returned to the training room, Liu Wenlong and the other students of the Taekwondo club had already left. The challenge failed, especially when the martial arts club had a fierce person like Li Changsheng in charge. Naturally, they didn't dare to cause trouble. Coach Li, after seeing Li Changsheng, Wang Dongxing hurriedly came up to greet him. At the same time, he looked at Wu Hongyi with hostility. President Wang, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it. At this moment, Wu Hongyi suddenly spoke. What request? Wang Dongsheng's eyes were still filled with caution. I want to join your martial arts club. What? This time, not only Wang Dongsheng, but also the other members of the martial arts club were surprised. They had already seen Wu Hongyi's strength. Even Wang Dongsheng was no match for him. Why would he suddenly want to join the martial arts club? Moreover, Wu Hongyi was now the vice president of the Taekwondo club in name. First, Tang Yu had jumped ship to the martial arts club. If he also joined the martial arts club, then the reputation of the Taekwondo club would be completely ruined. Li Changsheng nodded slightly. In fact, he had already expected this to happen. Wu Hongyi and the Taekwondo club had a cooperative relationship. Now that he had received a favor from him, he naturally wanted to repay him by joining the shopping cart. Firstly, it was a way for him to express his attitude. Wang Dongsheng, just accept him. His strength isn't any worse than yours. Let him be the vice president. All right. Since Li Changsheng had spoken, Wang Dongsheng naturally didn't dare to object. As for when and how to join, you should have a process. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. On the other hand, the students in the field had complicated thoughts. This coach Li is really extraordinary. Even an expert like Wu Hongyi was convinced by him and joined the martial arts club. In the future, which martial arts club in Qingju University can compare to the martial arts club? Chapter 519. In the next few days, Li Changsheng would occasionally go to the Martial Arts Society to teach Wang Dongsheng and the others martial arts. To be honest, Wang Dongsheng and the others had improved very quickly. But from the competition with Wu Hongyi, it could be seen that they lacked actual combat experience. Li Changsheng let Wu Hongyi spar with them. Sometimes, Wang Dongsheng clearly had the upper hand, but eventually lost. Li Changsheng was also helpless about this. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous would win. There were many things that could only be understood through experience. Without experience, one would never be able to understand. Other than occasionally going to the Martial Arts Society, Li Changsheng spent most of his time with Yu Yuwei. On the fourth day of school, Jiang Dao and Zhong Xiaofeng came back from Beijing and invited Li Changsheng for a gathering. On the seventh day, Yu Yuwei also had to pack up and go to university. September 7th was the first day of school at Northwest University, China. People came and went in front of the school gate, and it was especially lively. Li Changsheng accompanied Yu Yuwei into the campus, carrying all kinds of luggage. They only stopped when they arrived at the female dormitory, and a warm-hearted senior helped to bring them upstairs. Because there were still many procedures to go through, Li Changsheng went to a cafe near the school gate to take a break. At noon, he received a call from Yu Yuwei, saying that she had already packed her things and completed the procedures. She asked Li Changsheng where he was. Li Changsheng sent her a message, asking her to wait at the school gate. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw that there were 3 other girls with Yu Yuwei. They were Yu Yuwei's new roommates. Li Changsheng knew that in university, dorm mates were much closer to each other than their classmates. The 3 girls were called Sun Yanzi, Tong Xiaoxiao, and Yang Xiaoya. Sun Yanzi was wearing a long purple dress. She was rather pretty with light makeup on. She belonged to the elegant type. Tong Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had a lively and cheerful personality. She was the first to greet Li Changsheng when they met. Yang Xiaoya, on the other hand, was more gentle and quiet. She wore black-rimmed glasses and looked like an introverted and well-behaved girl. When Yu Yuwei introduced Li Changsheng as her boyfriend, the 3 women looked at Li Changsheng curiously. Li Changsheng's appearance was ordinary, and the impression he left on the 3 girls was also very ordinary. They seemed to be a little surprised. With Yu Yuwei's condition, how could she find such a boyfriend? However, they had only known Yu Yuwei for less than 2 hours. Naturally, they didn't have low EQ to criticize her. They just suppressed their doubts in their hearts. You're Yuwei's roommates, so you'll be her sisters from now on. Please take care of Yuwei, Li Changsheng said with a smile. He found a restaurant near the school and treated the girls to a meal. As school had started today, the restaurant was very lively. There were more people, and the private rooms were all full. They had to find a seat by the window and had a simple meal. In the afternoon, he accompanied Yu to buy some daily necessities. After parting ways with Yu, Li Changsheng booked a temporary stay in a hotel in the city. These days, Li Changsheng had only been accompanying Yu and didn't have much time to practice. Now that he was free, he had just started to meditate on the bed when he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit. He said politely, "Are you Mr. Li Changsheng?" "You are." Li Changsheng frowned. He was sure that he had never seen this person before. Moreover, there was clearly spiritual energy fluctuation on this person's body, which meant that he was a cultivator. As if he was afraid that Li Changsheng would misunderstand, the middle-aged man immediately introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Li. I'm Yin Tianming, the person in charge of the Heavenly Tao Alliance in Qin City. After Mr. Li came to Qin City, I received instructions from my superiors to visit Mr. Li come in first." Hearing footsteps in the corridor, Li Changsheng was afraid that ordinary people would see him and cause a bad impression. Therefore, he invited the man into his room. "Why? Did the Heavenly Tao Alliance send someone to spy on me? Otherwise, how could you know my whereabouts the moment I arrived in Qin City?" Li Changsheng's tone was a little cold. No one would be in a good mood if they were spied on. "Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. Qin City is the headquarters of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Of course, we would know that a famous figure like Mr. Li has arrived." Upon hearing the man's words, Li Changsheng was surprised. He did not expect the headquarters of the Heavenly Tao Alliance to be in the northwest. This was their headquarters. Furthermore, he had been in the limelight for the past year. It was normal for him to be the center of attention. Seeing that Li Changsheng's expression had eased, Yin Tianming heaved a sigh of relief. "Speak. What's the matter? I still need to cultivate." Although Li Changsheng had figured out whether or not the other party was spying on him, he still did not have a good expression. Chu Shong, who had been sent by the Heavenly Tao Alliance to make contact with him, had not left a good impression on him. "It's like this. I believe that when Mr. Chu visited you last time, you must have learned about the situation of our Heavenly Tao Alliance. Our Heavenly Tao Alliance takes protecting China as our responsibility. We need talents like Mr. Li. I'm here to convey the message from our superiors. We hope that Mr. Li can consider joining our Heavenly Tao Alliance. We are willing to give you the position of a guest elder. I'm not interested in joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance for the time being." Li Changsheng shook his head. As a citizen of China, protecting China was also Li Changsheng's responsibility. Li Changsheng would not refuse. However, that did not mean that he could only protect China if he joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and did not want to be restricted. "Mr. Li, don't be in a hurry to refuse. There will only be benefits for you if you join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Of course, with my status, I am unable to promise you the specifics. The Alliance has only sent me here to make the first move. There will be a big shot who will personally meet you tomorrow. At that time, he will discuss the details with you." After saying that, Yin Tianming bid farewell to Li Changsheng. "Mr. Li, I won't disturb your rest. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow." After saying that, Yin Tianming turned and left Li Changsheng's room. After Yin Tianming left, Li Changsheng could not help but fall into deep thought. "This is the second time the Heavenly Tao Alliance has invited me. Last time, Chu Liushang acted all high and mighty. I wonder who will come this time." Of course, from the beginning to the end, Li Changsheng had never thought of joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance. However, from various signs, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's influence in China was very strong. It was many times stronger than Mount Shu, Qingcheng sword sect, and other cultivation sects. Therefore, Li Changsheng did not refuse Yin Tianming's request. He wanted to see what kind of power the Heavenly Tao Alliance was. It would be best if they could get along with each other peacefully. However, if they became his enemy, then he would not hesitate to eradicate them. After all, Yu Wei, Caillou, and other friends were ordinary people. Once they became enemies, Li Changsheng was not afraid of them. However, his friends and family might become their targets. Chapter 520. On this day, Li Changsheng had just woken up and had his breakfast when two young people came to look for him. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both of them had an extraordinary bearing. Especially the woman. She had a slender figure and an unapproachable face. However, she had the temperament of an ice beauty. Ever since she appeared, she had attracted the attention of many passers-by. "May I ask if you are Mr. Li? We are here on old Wei's orders to pick you up." Although the young man kept saying you, Li Changsheng could clearly see the arrogance on his face. The woman beside him did not say anything. She just secretly sized up Li Changsheng. "Then let's go." Li Changsheng did not refuse and directly sat in the car. The car started and drove towards the outskirts of Qin City. Along the way, Li Changsheng sat in the back seat of the car and closed his eyes. He did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Especially this time, the person who wanted to meet him was so secretive that he didn't even show his face. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to figure out the actual situation of this organization, Li Changsheng wouldn't have accepted their invitation. The car drove for half an hour and arrived in front of a huge manor. Just as the car stopped, a white-haired old man wearing a tang suit walked up. The car door opened and Li Changsheng walked down. "I have long heard of your name." Next to the old man was the middle-aged man who had met Li Changsheng yesterday, Yin Tianming. He hurriedly introduced, "This is Wei Gungqiu, Old Wei. Old Wei is an elder of our Heavenly Tao Alliance." "You are the one who wants to meet me?" Li Changsheng frowned. The other party was so mysterious that it made him unhappy. "I invited Mr. Li from so far away. It is indeed my fault for only showing up now. If Mr. Li has any complaints, it is only right. Why don't we talk inside?" As he spoke, he warmly invited Li Changsheng into the manor. The man and woman who got out of the car couldn't help but frown. As the Heavenly Tao Union's elder with true authority, Wei Gungqiu could be said to be second only to the Heavenly Tao Union's elder. It was already a great honor for him to take the initiative to welcome this youth. However, this youth didn't seem to appreciate it. This caused the two people who had always respected Wei Gungqiu to feel somewhat displeased. He's just a small loose cultivator in the Jianghu. After making a name for himself, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only old Wei has a good temper. If it were me, I would have directly told him to scram back to where he came from. The man said indignantly. His name was Fu Guohao, and he was old man Wei's subordinate. He had followed Wei Gungqiu for many years, and he had received a lot of guidance from Wei Gungqiu. He regarded Wei Gungqiu as half his master. Since Elder Wei has taken a fancy to him, it means that he is worthy of being valued. Elder Wei has always had his reasons for doing things. As subordinates, we should listen and observe more, and speak less, lest we ruin Elder Wei's plans. The woman said coldly. She was obviously dissatisfied with Fu Guohao's attitude. However, after she finished speaking, she added, "However, this youth is indeed somewhat unruly." Li Changsheng was led into the hall by Wei Gungqiu. Yin Tianming was in charge of serving tea while Wei Gungqiu introduced himself. "My name is Wei Gungqiu, and I am an elder of the Heavenly Tao Union. Our Heavenly Tao Union's mission is to protect China. Mr. Li is famous throughout the capital. Last time, Winding Shong represented the Heavenly Tao Union to invite Mr. Li. I heard that his attitude wasn't very good, which made Mr. Li quite angry. As a result, Mr. Li is now prejudiced against our Heavenly Tao Union. Actually, our Heavenly Tao Union is an alliance formed by several factions. Winding Shong is from the Western region, and the Western region's heritage extends to the Kunlun Mountains. He has always considered himself as an orthodox cultivator and is arrogant and complacent. As for me, I belong to the Northern region, and I belong to a completely different faction from them. I have long heard of Mr. Li's great name and wanted to visit Mr. Li. Unfortunately, the capital isn't part of our Northern region's sphere of influence, so I haven't been able to do so. Yesterday, when I heard that Mr. Li had come to our northern headquarters, I immediately sent Yin Tianming to visit Mr. Li. Hearing Wei Gongqiu's words, Li Changxing understood. The Heavenly Dao Union was divided into several factions, and this Qin city was the headquarters of the Heavenly Dao Union's northern region. Since this is your territory, and you are so sincere, why don't you personally visit? Instead, you are acting so sneakily. Li Changxing was still somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that the other party was deliberately mystifying him. He said one thing, but his heart was another. Mr. Li, you are mistaken. Recently, our Heavenly Dao Union's Union Master suddenly announced that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate and withdraw from the position of Union Master. The Heavenly Dao Union's 5 major divisions are all vying for the position of Union Master. As the manager of the northern region, my every action is being monitored by the other divisions. If I were to personally visit Mr. Li, it would definitely cause a series of chain reactions. I understand. Li Changxing nodded. At this moment, Wei Gongqiu suddenly stood up and bowed to Li Changxing. This caught Li Changxing somewhat off guard. Mr. Li, I sincerely invite you to be our northern region's guest elder. Our northern region is the weakest among the 5 major divisions, and we urgently need someone like Mr. Li to revitalize our strength. Seeing the other party's sincere expression, Li Changxing shook his head. I do not wish to be restricted by others. Mr. Li, if you were to join our northern region, I can give you the greatest authority. I will definitely not interfere with you in the slightest. Moreover, our Heavenly Dao Union represents the government to monitor the entire cultivation world. Mr. Li's actions in the capital have long been under the government's surveillance. If you do not join the Heavenly Dao Union, I am afraid that there will be endless trouble in the future. The government will definitely not allow a ticking time bomb to exist. Hearing the other party's words, Li Changxing fell into deep thought. Indeed, a person like him had too much destructive power. The government would definitely think of ways to control him. If he were to join the Heavenly Dao Union and use the Heavenly Dao Union's identity to eliminate the government's doubts, it would not be a bad choice. Moreover, this Wei Gongqiu was much more sincere than Chu Liushang. Give me some time to consider. Li Changxing said after thinking for a while. All right. Wei Gongqiu's face revealed some joy. He was really afraid that Li Changxing would reject him. All right, if there's nothing else, send someone to send me back. Li Changxing stood up. Wei Gongqiu immediately asked the young man and woman to send Li Changxing back to the city. The two of them seemed to have a lot of opinions about Li Changxing, and their faces were sullen along the way. After sending Li Changxing to his destination, the two of them immediately returned. I really don't understand what's so unusual about this young man. Elder Wei actually wants to give him the position of guest elder. Moreover, he said that he needs to consider. If he wasn't Elder Wei's guest, I would really want to teach him a lesson. The young man, Fu Guohao, said with dissatisfaction. Don't make trouble. Right now, our northern region is in a difficult period. Elder Wei might be willing to give him the position of guest elder to rope in the faction behind him. Yang Xiaoya analyzed. Are you saying that he has a powerful sect or clan? That's right. Otherwise, do you think that with his age, Elder Wei would do this? So that's how it is. Fu Guohao revealed a look of understanding. It seems that reincarnation is really a skill. Chapter 521. They stayed in Qin City for a few days. On the 5th day, Yu Yuwei called and said that her roommates were going out for a meal. She asked Li Changxing if he wanted to go. Li Changxing didn't refuse. When he arrived at the entrance of the university, Yu Yuwei and her roommates were already there. Li Changxing had met them last time, so they were familiar with each other this time. Tong Xiaoxiao, who was the most lively and cheerful, greeted Li Changxing from afar. Yang Xiaoya, who was more quiet, just smiled. Other than Yu Yuwei, Sun Yanzi, who was the prettiest in their dormitory, was followed by a bespectacled man. The man was fair and clean. He was wearing sportswear and took the initiative to shake hands with Li Changxing. Hello, I'm Yanzi's boyfriend, Wang Wenan. I heard from Yanzi that the prettiest girl in their dormitory, Yu Yuwei, is already taken. Brother, you're really lucky. Li Changxing also reached out and shook hands with him. It's my treat today. I'll take everyone out for a big meal. Wang Wenan pointed at an Audi A6 parked at the entrance of the university and said proudly, "This is my car. Everyone, get in." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Li Changsheng and Yu Yuwei with a troubled expression. "My car can only seat 5 people. There are 6 of us. I'm afraid it won't fit. Looks like you two have to take a taxi." "No problem." Li Changsheng smiled. "Tell us the address. We'll take a taxi there." Wang Wenan nodded and told Li Changsheng the name of the restaurant. Then, he asked the girls to get in the car. This was the latest model of the year. Wang Wenan obviously took good care of his car. The black paint was shining. When the car turned around and passed by Li Changsheng, Sun Yanzi rolled down the window and waved her hand. "Then we'll wait for you two at the restaurant." She couldn't hide the pride in her tone. She and Wang Wenan had just confirmed their relationship 2 days ago. However, she was very satisfied with her boyfriend. Although Wang Wenan couldn't be said to be very handsome, he looked quite delicate. Moreover, when he was in university, he could drive an Audi A6 that cost more than 400,000 yuan. In Yanzi Sun's eyes, Yu Yuwei may be prettier than her, but she was clearly inferior to her in terms of quality. Although the few of them in the dormitory got along quite well these days, on the surface, they were as close as sisters, but behind their backs, there was a secret comparison. Sun Yanzi was a prideful person. She had always been like a princess since she was young. But when she met Yu Yuwei, she felt defeated for the first time. Fortunately, she managed to find a boyfriend. Li Changsheng and Wang Wenan stopped a taxi by the roadside and went straight to the Jinsui hotel mentioned by Wang Wenan. Because Wang Wenan had just bought a new car and had just gotten his driver's license, he was slower on the road. On the other hand, Li Changsheng arrived at the hotel first. After waiting at the hotel entrance for more than 10 minutes, Wang Wenan finally arrived. It wasn't easy to find a parking space in the crowded parking lot. When they got out of the car, they could see that Wang Wenan's face was covered in sweat. Yanzi Sun was very considerate as she wiped the sweat off his forehead. She held Wang Wenan's arm and walked in with a sweet face. Tong Xiaoxiao and Yang Xiaoya, who were following behind Yanzi Sun, were looking back and forth between Wang Wenan and Li Changsheng. They were secretly comparing them in their hearts. At the same time, their eyes were filled with envy. Although Wang Wenan wasn't considered a rich second-generation heir, he was already an ideal partner for ordinary girls like them. This Jinsui hotel is said to be opened by a mysterious boss in Qin City. It can be ranked in the top 10 hotels in Qin City. The chefs here are all 5-star. As long as you have the money, you can order any of the 8 major cuisines that you want to eat. Wang Wenan introduced the hotel to them as they walked. A meal here would cost an average of $2,000 per person. Initially, he planned to spend some alone time with Yanzi Sunday. It would only cost $4,000 per person, which wasn't too expensive. Who knew that in order to show off her rich boyfriend to Yu Yuwei and the other girls, Yanzi Sun would call everyone in her dorm, and even asked Yu Yuwei to call Li Changsheng as well. After calculating, the 6 of them would cost more than $10,000, which made Wang Wenan feel a little pained. However, he certainly wouldn't show it on his face. He had already spent the money, so he pretended to be generous. Reality proved that Wang Wenan's idea was right. Whether it was Tong Xiaoxiao or Yang Xiaoya, they were now envious of Yanzi Sunday. The way they looked at him had also changed, which satisfied his vanity a little. The only regret was that Yu Yuwei's eyes were on Li Changsheng from the beginning to the end. The only person who could make him feel superior was Li Changsheng. After entering the hotel, he didn't look around like a country bumpkin. That calm look of his made Wang Wenan, who was trying to show off, feel a little disappointed. After entering the room and ordering, the dishes were quickly served. As the host, Wang Wenan spoke a few words with a drink instead of wine. When Yu Yuwei heard that Li Changsheng would be leaving Qin City in a few days, she was a little reluctant to part with him. The bigger the hotel, the lesser the amount of food. Fortunately, the girls present had a small appetite, so there wasn't any awkwardness of not being able to fill their stomachs. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, was a little hungry. The speed at which he ate was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Yu Yuwei didn't feel that Li Changsheng's behavior was old-fashioned. Instead, he had a tender look on his face. This was probably the so-called beauty is in the eye of the beholder. However, the other girls were completely different. Li Changsheng had an ordinary temperament, so they guessed that he didn't have any special background. At this moment, seeing Li Changsheng wolfing down his food without any gentlemanly demeanor, they immediately categorized him as a country bumpkin in their hearts. The relationship between Li Changsheng and Yu Yuwei was also automatically described as a comparison between toad, swan meat, pig, and cabbage. Wang Wanan, who had been secretly comparing himself with Li Changsheng at the beginning, had completely kicked Li Changsheng out of the list of his rivals at this moment. His speech and behavior were more relaxed and complacent. Li Changsheng, you have been in Qin City for so many days. Don't you have a job? Tong Xiaoxiao, who was the most careless, finally couldn't help but ask Li Changsheng. I'm a college student. Li Changsheng said. Don't you have to go to school? I've been doing my internship outside since my freshman year. Li Changsheng smiled. He couldn't say that he didn't go to school every day and ran around blindly. So that's the case. Tong Xiaoxiao nodded. Sun Yanzi, Yang Xiaoya, and even Wang Wanan suddenly understood. He had been doing his internship outside to earn money since his freshman year. He didn't even have time to enjoy his college life. This was the true portrayal of a child from a poor family. It's said that children from a poor family take charge early. Maybe Yu Yuwei took a fancy to his hard work. They all thought so in their hearts. However, the three girls shook their heads at the same time in their hearts. After a few days of contact, they could see that Yu Yuwei was a kind and simple girl. Using hard work as the standard for choosing a spouse was actually outdated. In today's society, family background was the most important. How could it be so easy for a poor man from a village to soar into the sky and become a man from a wealthy family? Chapter 522. After the meal, the few of them sat together and chatted. Sun Yanzi and Tong Xiaoxiao talked about cosmetics, while Yang Xiaoya and Yu Yuwei talked about their studies. Wang Wanan took out his phone and invited a few friends to play games together. He was too lazy to talk to Li Changsheng except for the initial courtesy. He was too lazy to talk to Li Changsheng. After all signs showed that Li Changsheng was not from the same world as him. Of course, his family was not very rich. It was just that water flows to the bottom and people walk to the top. He wanted to make friends, so he naturally had to get in touch with people who were similar to him or even better than him. Li Changsheng was just a village boy who was trying his best to change his fate. Perhaps 20 or 30 years later, he would really rely on his own efforts to make a name for himself. But how could it be so easy for a poor family to give birth to a noble son? He couldn't possibly lower himself to get in touch with someone he didn't like just because of a possibility. After finishing the game, Wang Wanan called the waiter standing at the door of the private room. Bill, please. At this moment, he felt that he was the most handsome boy in the room. Although the bill of 12,000 yuan made his heart ache a little. Sir, someone has already settled the bill for your table. When the waiter said that, everyone in the private room was stunned. None of the people present had left the room. Who was the one who paid the bill? Someone has already settled the bill. Who is it? Wang Wanan was also confused. He was not a local in Qin City. He did not have time to make any friends when he came here to study in university. If he was in his hometown, it was possible that someone he knew would settle the bill for him. However, in Qin City, the chances of that happening were very low. Moreover, he did not have any friends who were so generous with a bill of more than 10,000 yuan. As it turned out, he was right. I'm the one who settled the bill. It's my honor to have Mr. Li eat in a hotel under my name. How would I dare to accept Mr. Li's money? A few people walked in from outside. The leader was an old man with white hair. He was wearing a Chinese tunic suit and was in high spirits. There were a few people following behind the old man. One of them was a bald middle-aged man wearing a suit and a bow tie. When he appeared, the waiter immediately showed respect. Director Liu, why are you here? This bald middle-aged man turned out to be the general manager of Jin Sui Hotel. I'm here to accompany the chairman. The bald middle-aged man hurriedly pulled out a chair and motioned for the waitress to pour some tea. Unexpectedly, the old man waved his hand and looked at Li Changsheng. "Mr. Li, we meet again." At this time, no matter how slow everyone's reaction was, they could tell that this old man had come for Li Changsheng. Sun Yanzi, Tong Xiaoxiao, Yang Xiaoya, and Wang Wenan all widened their eyes. This was the behind-the-scenes boss of Jin Sui Hotel. Who exactly was this Li Changsheng? Not to mention him, even General Manager Liu and the waiter next to him were full of doubts. So it's Elder Wei. At this moment, Li Changsheng stood up. He didn't expect this hotel to be the property of the Heavenly Dao Union, but after thinking about it, he understood. The Qin city was the headquarters of the Heavenly Dao Union in the north, and any cultivation force couldn't do without the support of worldly wealth. It was normal for them to have properties in the secular world. These few must be Mr. Li's friends. Wei Gongqiu smiled and nodded at Wang Wenan, Sun Yanzi, and the other girls, making them feel flattered. This was the chairman of Jin Sui Hotel, a real big shot. They usually had the chance to see him on TV. "Since you're Mr. Li's friends, as long as you come to my Jin Sui Hotel to eat in the future, no matter how much it costs, it will be free of charge." As soon as he said that, Wang Wenan and the others were dumbfounded. This was Jin Sui Hotel. A meal here would cost at least a few thousand yuan, and it would be free of charge in the future. Not to mention the money they could save by eating here, just this privilege alone was enough to brag in front of their friends for the rest of their lives. This must be Mr. Li's girlfriend, right? Wei Gongqiu looked at Yu Wei. Then, very formally, he handed over his golden business card with both hands. "This is my business card. With this business card, you can enjoy free of charge in any property under my name. Also, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the 3 northern provinces, you can come to me." Seeing Wei Gongqiu, who was about the same age as her grandfather, respectfully handing over the business card, Yu Wei subconsciously looked at Li Changsheng. "Take it." Li Changsheng nodded at Yu Wei. Yu Wei accepted it in fear and trepidation. When Yu Wei accepted the business card, Elder Wei's face finally bloomed with a smile. "Mr. Li, what do you think of the request I made the other day?" "I've decided to agree to it." Li Changsheng smiled. "Then I won't disturb Mr. Li from catching up with your friends." Wei Gongqiu's face seemed to be glowing again. He simply turned around and left the room. After Elder Wei and the others left for a long time, Tong Xiaoxiao and the others finally reacted. "Li Changsheng, who exactly are you? How do you know the behind-the-scenes boss of Jin Sui Hotel?" "Yes, Changsheng, you're really good at hiding things." Wang Wenan, who had been cold to Li Changsheng since he entered Jin Sui Hotel, completely changed his attitude at this moment. Nian and Changsheng are in the same dormitory as a rich second generation. Probably because of him, Nian's attitude towards Changsheng is different. Yu Wei naturally knew some of Li Changsheng's identities, so she found a reason to explain. "Yes, because my friend's family background is more powerful and I have a good relationship with him. Elder Wei is so polite to me because of him." Li Changsheng also echoed Yu Wei's words. "Really?" The few people present looked doubtful. Obviously, they didn't believe Li Changsheng's explanation. However, since Li Changsheng didn't want to disclose, they weren't stupid and didn't ask anymore. However, everyone's gaze towards Li Changsheng had changed. Originally, they thought that Li Changsheng wasn't good enough for Yu Wei, but now, no one thought so anymore. Sun Yanzi's eyes were a little complicated. Compared to Li Changsheng, her boyfriend Wang Wenan, who drove an Audi A6, seemed to be overshadowed. Tong Xiaoxiao and Yang Xiaoya were a little envious. First, Sun Yanzi found a good boyfriend like Wang Wenan. Then, it was revealed that Yu Wei's boyfriend was very likely to be a rich second generation. They hated that they weren't born as beautiful as Sun Yanzi and Yu Wei. They lost in terms of innate beauty. Obviously, there was no hope for them to surpass the two in terms of quality. Chapter 523. After Li Changsheng agreed to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Wei Gongqiu was naturally very happy. After meeting Li Changsheng at the Jinsui Hotel, he didn't bother Li Changsheng for the next few days. Li Changsheng took the opportunity to accompany Yu Yuwei around Qin City. He didn't know about it before, but this time, he noticed that half of the businesses in Qin City were under the Jinsui Group. It could be said that Wei Gengqiu was the richest man in Qin City. In the past few days, Yu Yuwei had completely integrated into the new environment of the school. Unlike the other girls in the dormitory, Yu Yuwei was a person who loved to study. In the past few days, the place she and Li Changsheng went to the most wasn't the shopping mall or scenic spots, but the library. When Yu Yuwei was reading in the library, Li Changsheng and she didn't disturb each other. They also casually flipped through some books in the library. However, Li Changsheng's reading speed was too fast. Rather than saying that he was reading, it was more accurate to say that he was flipping through the books. Other people might not even have enough time to read a book. If they were to take notes and study it carefully, it might take 3 or 4 days. However, Li Changsheng only needed half an hour to read a book. He came to the school library with Yu Yuwei a few times. Because Yu Yuwei was beautiful and polite, the old man in charge of the library had a good impression of Yu Yuwei. As a result, he paid more attention to Li Changsheng, who accompanied Yu Yuwei to the library every day. The old man saw Li Changsheng flipping through books for a few days. At first, he thought that Li Changsheng was looking for something that interested him. Later on, he realized that Li Changsheng was just casually flipping through the books. This caused the old man's good impression of Li Changsheng to be completely destroyed. Later on, when Li Changsheng accompanied Yu Yuwei to the library, the old man kept a straight face. People who didn't know better would think that Yu Yuwei was his granddaughter who had been kidnapped by Li Changsheng. In this regard, Li Changsheng was also very helpless. Was it wrong for him to have a photographic memory? He couldn't possibly slow down a few times just to please the old librarian and finish a book in half an hour, right? After a few more days, the people from the Heavenly Dao Union finally couldn't help but come looking for Li Changsheng. It was the same young man and woman who came looking for him. Li Changsheng joining the Heavenly Dao Union's northern faction as an elder wasn't a small matter. The status of a guest elder in the Heavenly Dao Union wasn't inferior to an elder with actual authority. The only difference was that a guest elder had less authority than an elder in the Heavenly Dao Union. Fu Guohao and his partner still didn't have a good impression of Li Changsheng. In their eyes, Li Changsheng wasn't even older than them, so how could he have the qualifications to sit on the same level as the respected elder Wei Gengqiu? When they arrived at the huge manor in the suburbs, Wei Gengqiu was already waiting for them at the entrance. Originally, a guest elder of the Heavenly Dao Union has to be acknowledged by the Heavenly Dao Union's Alliance Master before a grand succession ceremony is held in the Heavenly Dao Union. However, the Heavenly Dao Union's Alliance Master has gone into seclusion recently, and the 5 divisions of the Heavenly Dao Union are fighting over the Alliance Master's position. Therefore, everything has been simplified. Today, we have gathered all the important figures in the northern region and held a banquet. Then, Changsheng will officially become the guest elder of the Heavenly Dao Union's northern region. Hearing Wei Gengqiu's words, Li Changsheng nodded his head. Li Changsheng didn't really care about those flashy ceremonies. Even if it was a banquet, Li Changsheng didn't want to go through the trouble if he could save it. Today, all the important figures in the northern region are here. We are only waiting for you, Changsheng, the main character. A few days ago, Wei Gengqiu still addressed Li Changsheng as Mr. Li Changsheng. Today, he didn't even use his surname. This also meant that he treated Li Changsheng as a member of his family. Walking into the manor, the banquet was already set up in the back garden of the manor. Many of the upper echelons of the northern region had been waiting for a long time. Some of these people were wearing suits and looked cultured and refined. Some were wearing tang suits and had an extraordinary bearing. Some were wearing Daoist robes and monk robes. There were all kinds of people. Seeing Li Changsheng appear, many people immediately looked at him curiously. This guest elder is so young. He is Mr. Li, the one whose name shook the capital. I also heard of his name some time ago. He trampled the entire capital with a single step. How impressive. I didn't expect him to be a young talent. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say? Is he qualified to be the guest elder and oversee the northern region on Elder Wei's behalf? Discussions could be heard from below. When Li Changsheng heard these words, he couldn't help but frown and look at Elder Wei beside him. Elder Wei, what do they mean by overseeing the northern region? He. Elder Wei smiled faintly. I haven't had the time to tell you. Our northern region is the weakest among the 5 branches of the Heaven Dao Union. The other branches have several elders, but the northern region only has me, Wei Gongqiu. Now that the Heaven Dao Union's Union Master has announced that he is going into seclusion, as the leader of the northern region, I naturally have to fight for the position of Union Master. However, when I leave, the northern region will be like a group of dragons without a leader. Changsheng, as the elder with the highest status in the northern region, when I am not around, you should naturally oversee the central region and coordinate the 4 regions. What? Li Changsheng couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He had become the guest elder of the Heaven Dao Union's northern region in a daze. He hadn't even officially assumed the post, but Elder Wei had already assigned him such a huge task. Changsheng, this heavy responsibility belongs to none other than you. I have investigated your deeds over the past few days. You helped Ding Qingyang and his sister take back the position of Mount Shu sect master, made Qingqing's sect master, Yang Shuangying, and Mount Shu's previous sect master, Sima Changkong, willingly lowered their heads. You even killed the Huashan sword sect's sect master, destroyed the Huashan sect, entered the Miaojiang, suppressed the 6 great sacred lands, and made the major forces in the capital bow their heads. Every single one of these deeds is not something an ordinary person can do. I can only be at ease with you overseeing the northern region. While speaking, Wei Gongqiu had already led Li Changsheng to the innermost table. The people at the table were all older, and each of them had an extraordinary bearing. They should be the true powerhouses of the northern region. When Li Changsheng walked over, these people hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, guest elder. Li Changsheng had joined the Heaven Dao Union and become the guest elder of the northern region. Nominally, he was on equal footing with Wei Gongqiu. His status was already above most people in the northern region. Today is to celebrate Elder Li joining the northern region. At the same time, it is also to let everyone get to know Elder Li. In the future, when I leave the northern region, everyone will have to listen to Elder Li's orders. Yes. Everyone at the table nodded. Everyone, take your seats. Cheers to Elder Li joining the northern region. Wei Gongqiu was the first to raise his wine cup. Wait a minute. At this moment, Fu Guohao, who had endured for a few days, suddenly spoke. I heard that Elder Li is very powerful. It just so happens that I have created a new move, but I feel that it is not perfect enough. I would like to ask for your guidance. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,